Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? Thank you so much for showing up again today. This is Starship Flight 13, attempt number 2 or 3, depending on how you want to see it. Um, it's just absolutely amazing that we are here again today. The weather is absolutely perfect at Starbase. There's hardly a cloud out there. Let's just switch to the cameras real quick to show everybody. Look at this. It's beautiful out there. On the other side, if we switch over to the sand monster camera, you can see there's just very little cloud there left of pad 1 there on the left side of pad 2, and that's basically it. I mentioned this because yesterday everybody was pumped to see a Starship flight. Didn't happen, and the reason was the weather. SpaceX clarified as well. They are on this flight. They're doing something special with the heat shield. They are going to push through max Q at a higher speed with more aerodynamic pressure, and they want to take pictures from the ground. That would have not been possible yesterday, even if we wouldn't have any rain in the area, which would have likely even been the case. But yeah, due to them not being able to image the rocket, they pushed it. All right, let's go with the little tradition that we always do here. I'm watching the chat right now. Spam in there where you're from. I do this. Everybody who knows why, and it's likely going to be the majority of you guys. I do this to show everybody that this is a worldwide phenomenon, that people are watching this from all over the planet. It's not just people from the US or from Europe or from, I mean, look at it, read it. It's absolutely amazing, and it's a testament of how much interest there is for what SpaceX is doing there at Starbase right now. Thank you all so much for showing up and for doing this with me and with Cris and Jonathan there in the back as well. And my wife is as well, Stefanie. She's going to do the live production today. She did that last time as well, and she did a wonderful job, and she's watching in the background. Cris is going to come on camera soon as well. Jonathan is, as always, managing the live stream equipment. Then we have Jordan and Amy out there at Starbase, setting up all the cameras, being ready for the launch, broadcasting it to you as good as we possibly can. This camera that we're showing right now, for example, is our trusty Z-Cam setup on the side of the road, basically, on the side of Highway 4. It's got a battery, and it's got solar, and it's got a little computer in it and everything. And that's what Jordan, Amy, and Jonathan do in the background to even give us these live pictures. I've been out there as well, carrying cameras over the dunes. It's not an easy job, so give it up for Jordan and Amy, especially out at Starbase. I'm pretty sure they're watching right now. It's absolutely incredible. Okay, so for everybody who does not know what we're doing here today, I'm just going to give a little briefing here. This is Starship Flight 13, so there have been 12 flights in the past before this. This is the second flight of a version 3 Starship stack on the new pad. Flight 12 did the same, but Flight 12 had some problems, reliability issues with the Raptor 3 engines, largely. That caused the booster not to make the return. That caused the ship to have to do a few things differently. It managed to get to its splashdown zone, but during the flight they had to skip, for example, the relight, the engine relight, because they didn't have enough delta V, so they or not enough speed. And if they would have done the engine relight, they wouldn't have been able to meet their splashdown zone. So there were quite a few things related to Raptor engines that didn't perform as planned. That is my biggest goal for today, and that's what you should look out for as well, because on the first attempt of Flight 13, the abort we saw, 2 engines initially didn't light up, then it was 4, and then the onboard systems canceled it after ignition. So the rocket was still attached to the clamps that are in the ring of that new pad design, the same way as it was on pad 1. And the rocket was still attached to the clamps, but it wasn't released. The engines were cut short. Everything was spooled down, and that was it. It's a terrible thing for me, because I always get extremely agitated when these starships are about to launch. And so I'm really, really hoping that today we're just going to see a nice flight. There's a lot of stuff to look forward to. Like, for example, for the first time in the history of Starship launches, we have real payload. We don't just have, like on the last flight, for example, we had, what was it, 20 dummy satellites, 22 dummy satellites? I think it was 20. and a few of them, I think two of them had cameras and lights attached to them so that they could illuminate the Starship while flying away to inspect the heat shield. That kind of stuff was done before, and the rest was just dummies. And dummies they weigh the same as the real deal, and they have the same shape as the real deal, but they aren't the real deal. There's just so much you can simulate with a weight dummy. And this time it's 20 Starlink V3 satellites on there, and 6 of them have cameras to inspect the Starship. So SpaceX is spooling it up. Every time they're pushing it a little further, and this time that's the first time we ever see that. They have an engine relight plan. They have special heat tiles on the Starship itself. As always, on the front, they're testing things like attachment and different materials. On the back, they have the white tiles. They don't have as many as on the first launch. The background behind those white tiles, you can see this little white dot up there do we have a camera that, yeah, do you see these little white dots? Those are special white heat tiles, and they function as a marker for the cameras that are attached to the Starlink satellites to be able to see where is up, where is down, what am I looking at, because it's not that easy in dark space with a dark heat shield. So they're basically targets for the cameras. And that tells you that SpaceX is still in the process of developing. I mentioned that because this morning, Bloomberg brought an article quoting or stating that SpaceX is about to stop offering payloads on Falcon 9, I think at the end of 28 or 28 will be the last year that they're going to do that, I think I read. The reason for that is SpaceX is confident in Starship. But what they titled was, what was the precise wording? Elon Musk bets on risky Starship, which isn't even proven yet, or something like that, along those lines. And if you're among the people that have seen these kinds of news in the past few years, there's one important thing. A journalist is something else than an engineer. If you find an engineer who says, oh yeah, this is all unproven and SpaceX is doing a bad job and this is all very, very risky, take that as a solid information. Don't take the classic media as a solid information, because there's politics involved, there's finances involved, there's all sorts of reasons why they're saying that. Another thing that often comes up is, why hasn't Starship reached orbit yet? It hasn't reached orbit yet because they cut the engines before they reach orbit, because the upper stage, as you can see, it weighs around 120 tons empty weight, which is a lot. That is more than a quarter of what the ISS weighs, for example. If you have that with a heat shield re-entering over something that you can't control because something didn't go right, the engines didn't light up again, there's a million reasons why something can go wrong with a re-entry. And as long as SpaceX can't, to a certain extent, make sure that the Starship will re-enter as planned, they're not going to send it to orbit. So that's the entire reason for that. I mentioned this in the beginning because I always get this question during almost every live stream. At this point, I sometimes even skip over it because I've answered it so many times, but that is your reason why it doesn't go to orbit. Okay, so we're looking at ship 40 on the top, booster 20 on the bottom. We have a total of 39 Raptor 3 engines, of which 3 are vacuum engines on the ship, and the entire rest is our normal sea level engines, and that is what I'm looking closest at today. Engine reliability. If SpaceX manages to get the Raptor 3 engine more reliable than on Flight 12, that is a solid indicator for what is going to happen on subsequent flights, because SpaceX, the clock is ticking. Even though SpaceX is doing a great job, and even though they've had a lot of milestones already fulfilled, they have a very important customer called NASA, and they are part of the Artemis program, and they are supposed to send an HLS Starship to the moon in 2028 for Artemis 4, and they're supposed to send an HLS test Starship, which is not going to be the same as an HLS Starship. I talked about it in the last episode, or the one before that, if you want to get the whole gist of what that's about. I think it was even the last episode. It was a really good one. Elliot created a few really, really nice animations showing a almost standard Starship doing the docking maneuvers with the Orion capsule in 2027, because, and that's the thing, the clock is ticking. So SpaceX needs to develop there it is. Beautiful animation. We did a nose cone cap in our animation that is flipping to the side, like comparable to a Dragon capsule. That is speculation, and it wasn't visible in the original NASA renderers, but I'm wondering how else you do it, so we added that. But other than that, that is what NASA released. It's a little choppy. Is that just choppy for me, or is that... Yeah. Okay. So that is what needs to happen in 2027. And that is why Raptor 3 reliability is extremely important, because everything bases on it. If you don't have a reliable engine, everything else becomes extremely difficult to do. Everything gets delayed. The engine is what drives it forward. And so, yeah, fingers crossed for Raptor 3. That is the most important item today. Cris, you want to jump in with me? I think I'm done with the introduction here.
Good evening, everybody. I'm really, really hyped. We have perfect weather here. We have a perfect Starship standing there, and why not have a perfect launch day? So let's just do this. Yep. I have a really good feeling.
It looks way better than it did yesterday. To be honest, SpaceX announced it when we were about to go live, so 4:15, around 4:15 Eastern time, which I'm in, and I'm in Florida. And I got a message from Jordan saying that the beach closure was retracted. And I was like, okay. I asked Jordan, where does that come from? He was like, Cameron County. And I was like, okay. So I pushed the stream publishing date by like publishing time by 15 minutes to wait this out. And then sure enough, 5 minutes later, SpaceX gave the official announcement. Weather was the problem. Today, weather is not the problem. And like I said, I had the same discussion with Stefanie, with my wife, 10 minutes before I went in front of the camera. I was like, why do they even want to proceed today? Because they don't have a customer payload. They don't have any pressure from anywhere about a day. And so it made a lot of sense to just push it to today, to not try for a miracle, because tanking alone already costs money. You have the nitrogen that needs to cool down the propellants, and that is largely vented out. And so it costs, my estimate is around $150,000 just to fuel a Starship, not to use it. And so, yeah, so they pulled the plug, and here we are again today to watch it one more time. Nothing on the radar, nothing I could say about problems. There is nothing, and I'm really, really closing my fingers for SpaceX today. I already had a talk with a SpaceX employee yesterday evening, and they're as pumped as we are, and they want to see this Starship fly all the way. Please, 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 to soft splashdowns. That is my main goal for today. SpaceX has a few more, but that would be my personal. I want to see the booster go down in the Gulf in a controlled manner, and I want to see the Starship once again, but this time with an engine relight. Everything's Raptor 3 connected on this flight. It's crazy. Okay.
Absolutely. And I mean, we already know that they have done several upgrades, several changes from the last flight to this flight. So I think that we are really on a path for a beautiful flight today.
Yeah, ignition pattern was updated and made less sensitive for timing events, because that was a problem on flight 12 as well. And again, Raptor 3 related. A lot of things are Raptor 3 related on this one. All right, everybody, if you have questions for me, I do it the same way I always do it. I have my trusty question tool open here, which shows me all the questions that you send in. If you have a question, mark it with hashtag question in the beginning so that we can easily filter them out. They'll get filled up into our list of questions, and I'll answer as many as I can, as always. My subscriber goal from last time with the 655,000 subscribers, which is a bonkers number, has already been passed. So anything you do today, anybody who subscribes today, is just free plus for us to get our 1 million subscribers. I have this annual goal because the entire team is working hard on that 1 million. We really want to have it. So everything from here is just a plus. If you haven't subscribed yet, Give us that plus. It would be much appreciated. Like the stream if you haven't done so yet, because it is a signal for the algorithm and it'll share it with more people, which is very important. Then the more the merrier. I want to see 100,000 people watching this with us because it deserves it. What else? Check out our Patreon, become a channel member if you want to have access to all the extra things that we post. That is something that many people don't know. When they're not a channel member, they think we post twice a week. We don't. We post an average of 7 to 8 times a week, but that's all. All the other things besides the episodes are for the channel members and the patrons, like all the picture galleries, Elliot's animations, behind the scenes things, all sorts of stuff. So if you're interested in that, become a channel member or a patron. Buy yourself a nice t-shirt. I'm wearing one of them today. My favorite. It's the, wait, I'll show you. Haha. It is the Raptor t-shirt, and I love it. It is my by far favorite on the store. If you don't have that yet, grab one of those. Support us as much as you can. Yada yada. I mean, you know it. It makes things way easier. But even just showing up is already worth it. Yeah, there's a nice pan of the full stack there. It's the V3 design that still needs to prove what it can do. Flight 12 was kind of okay. They managed to achieve a few things, but as said, the engine needs to work like a clockwork, especially if they want to do a reflight every 60 minutes and things like that. That's aspirational, of course, right now, but it's baked into the design of Pad 2, which was one of the craziest announcements for me during Flight 12. I think they said that. Yeah. Or was it in the documentary, which is also absolutely excellent if you haven't seen that yet. But SpaceX engineers said that it is already baked into the design. The pad that you see there, the new generation of pad, is built to be able to support a launch every hour. That is crazy.
Absolutely.
And it shows how far this project is still supposed to go. This is nothing yet. It's nothing, but all depends on the Raptor 3 engine. And so fingers crossed for that. Okay, we have it. Oh yes, that would be good. I just got a message from from my wife. We're going to show the launch abort from the last attempt again. And then you can see the miracle that was that last launch abort, because, yeah, well, you'll see it in a few seconds. The Starship was sitting on the pad, fully fueled. Everything was ready. Everything was good to go. We still don't have an official reason for why the abort happened either. It was just a few engines didn't work. And if that's right away during the ignition pattern, the onboard computers, there you go, 7 seconds before the deluge starts. And now watch this. You see a little flash, some plume coming out of the, there it is, ignition, and done. That was it. So the avionics did a brilliant job just canceling that already ongoing launch with 33 engine ignition pattern. It's almost a miracle to me. Funny enough, the next day SpaceX's stock went free falling, even though the rocket was exactly doing what it was supposed to do. It canceled it after the ignition because it found out that already 4 engines aren't lit. And it would have, I calculated it, it would have made it to orbit or to its planned trajectory with those 4 engines missing, which is already incredible redundancy. But one more engine and it would have been in danger. And that's the problem. The margin, the safety margin was completely gone right after ignition. And so the onboard computers said, nope, this is canceled. And that was it. And that's why we're here today. Yeah, you can see the tank farm is already spooling up in there in this wonderful shot there. That is the normal routine. You see the condensers spooling up. You see lines being pre-chilled. That is being done because these propellants are super cooled. So they are very, very cold, minus 187, I think, for the oxygen, and something in the minus 170s for the methane. It is really, really cold. And if you would just blast that through the lines without pre-cooling them, they would have an extreme thermal shock. They would probably even do that once or twice. But if you want to launch every 60 minutes, you have to have this kind of stuff in your process. The pad needs to be preserved. And that's why they're doing that, is to minimize wear and tear. This is going to go on until, I think, what is it, 50 minutes before launch, they do the go, no go for fueling. Yeah. Exactly. So this is just standard procedure. You'll see the vapor pouring out of these vents increase over time. And at some point, SpaceX will announce they did the fueling go, no go poll, and then we're hopefully going to see a launch 50 minutes later. SpaceX goes live 30 minutes before, I think, right?
Yep. Yep. They plan to.
Yep. Then we'll get the official commentary. And during the official commentary, if you are keen to watch that, I am as well. I usually almost don't speak while SpaceX is speaking because the most accurate information comes from them. And there isn't much that I could add to it. Yeah, this is, what is that? 230 tanker trucks, I think. That is another wonderful animation from Elliot. It shows you how many tanker trucks are needed to fuel a single Starship launch. And then, of course, if I mention a launch every 60 minutes, you see a problem happening there. It could not possibly in any way be done with tanker trucks. SpaceX is building something called, very cheesy, the Star Pipe, because of course it's called the Star Pipe. And it is going to be a methane pipeline coming from the Brownsville port to all the way to Starbase, to the liquefaction unit that they're in front. In this image, you can't see it very well. They are right now doing the largest expansion of the launch pads they've ever done in the entire history of Starbase. At once, they have never graded that much terrain at once. And that is going to include a new tank farm for pad 1, which is being refurbished right now, among other things, even a liquefaction plant, a methane liquefaction plant. And I was wondering why they're building that, because they hadn't announced the Star Pipe yet. Now we know that the Star Pipe is likely going to connect to that liquefaction plant, and then it can go right into the tank farm and supply and supply and supply. On the other side of the road, just a little bit out of frame here, they have an ASU they're building right now, an air separation unit. It's an industrial style complex. It's not the largest, but it will do its part on the oxygen side, on the oxygen and on the nitrogen side, actually. So the methane will supply the pipeline will supply the methane, and the ASU will supply is that the ASU? Yeah, there you go. That's the distillation column in the middle, that white box there. And that is, it works very similar to a petroleum refinery, actually, because the higher the gases climb in that column, the different the gas is, and that's how you separate them. And it produces nitrogen, oxygen, and a little bit of argon, as far as I'm informed. And that is going to directly go into the pads and supply more and more and more launches. Shotwell has recently announced that SpaceX's goal is to fly monthly, and so far they've done that, because she announced this prior to Flight 12. Flight 12 to 13, it's a little bit over a month right now, but not much. And Flight 14 is already in active testing. As a matter of fact, Ship 41 and Booster 21, which are going to fly on Flight 14, have already both finished their cryogenic testing and are right now receiving engines, hopefully. So there you can see the wait time we had between flights between flights 11 and 12, which was the hardest for me to even survive. I got launch depression. It was really bad, but that wait is likely over, and I'm very happy about it. So we should see monthly launches from here on. We should see them ramp up further, and hopefully sometime this year still, we're going to see launches from Cape Canaveral, which I'm very much looking forward to, because I'm 8 miles away from the Starship pads right now. I live here, and so I'm really looking forward to SpaceX's action at the Cape. Everything's ramping up, and Flight 13 is one of the foundation stones again, because if this flight works well, Flight 14 will see a ship catch, which is the next big ticket item waiting for the V3 hardware, and so on and so on. Do you have anything to add, Cris?
I have to add that we must not forget that this is the second flight of this new hardware, and the way that
That's
V3
39A.
differs from V2 and V1 is massive. This is really a new Starship, and
Yep.
so we can say it has never flown flawlessly. This is what we want to see today, because that will be the
Yep.
key that unlocks all the other things that are going to happen, because they want to have the general ship working. They want to know that it's just doing what it's supposed to do before they can then go for the different variants, because we will see the tanker, the depot, the HLS. There's so much to come, but this is what they have to just nail first. They have to get the basics down, and this is the ship that's supposed to be the working one,
Yeah.
the operational one.
Exactly. Yeah, my Stefanie put a picture into the lower right of Pad 39A as it is right now. SpaceX is building a copy of Pad 2, which we can see on the left, and Pad 1 at Starbase is following the same pattern as well. So it's likely going to have even more upgrades built into it, because that's what SpaceX always does. They will have the first few launches in already on Pad 2 here, and yeah, there you go. And you can see the difference, the size difference between the Falcon hardware, which is actually sitting on that concrete launch mount, that long concrete ramp. That's the old Apollo infrastructure that SpaceX reused for Falcon. And you can see how tiny that tower looks next to Mechazilla in the background, which is supposed to be for Starship. And I've stood close to that original Falcon tower there before. It is gigantic. And still, it looks tiny compared to Mechazilla right next to it. Yeah, I got to go out to KC again to take another look. They've recently started, they kept stacking at Slick 37. I think module number 8 is up at this point. The last time we talked about this was when they had 2 modules stacked. That was 1.5 weeks ago. They're at 8 modules now. It's incredible how fast SpaceX is proceeding with this stuff. All right. That being said, I am going to start, or we are going to start doing a few questions here. If we can bring that on the screen real quick. We have Florian116. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hey Felix, hello from the very dry Cologne. Greetings to the team. I'm soon 60 months member. Do we get a new badge? I really have to do that. You're not the first to ask. I should add way more badges, and you know what? I am onto my trusty old school, those, Cris, you should smile when you see those, remember?
Yep, Post-its.
I'm going to write this down right now. Member badges, extension. And then I'm going to put this onto my screen. That is the most prominent. It's right above all of you now. So thank you so much for sending that in again. I will tend to it as quick as I can. Greetings to Cologne. That was my home when I lived in Germany for almost 20 years. I lived in the Rhineland. I miss it. I still miss it. So have fun over there. Enjoy the launch. And a good old hype train in the chat. If everybody, I'm late. Give me a second.
There we go.
There we go. Wee! Okay, first hype train started. Thank you so much, Florian, for the super chat. It is much appreciated. Okay, we have Rob Trike. Thank you so much for your super chat. Here we go again. Watch your blood pressure, Felix, and here's to the stabilizer gizmo. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, that's something that I mentioned on the last stream. Right now, all the super chats go to a 4-ball gyro stabilizer for a full frame DSLR camera with a 600mm lens attached to it. That is a quite heavy setup. And if you want to gyro stabilize that to record video footage on a helicopter flight, that's why you don't see I mean, we do have helicopter flight videos, but they're always just 20 seconds long because basically after that you lose focus and it's really, really hard to aim the camera without a stabilizer. And so all the super chat money that you're sending in right now is going to make Jordan smile more and more and more because he is going to get hopefully he's going to get his stabilizer. The thing costs $5,000. That is the biggest problem. It's comprised of 4 large stabilizers that spin at 20,000 RPM and basically just keep the camera steady, whatever you do. You can shake it and it'll still be stabilized. And that is what we're saving for. And that's what he was mentioning, what Rob Trike was mentioning. So thank you so much for putting some money into Jordan's stabilizer jar. Thank you so much. Fire Spirit Trains, thank you so much for your super chat. Hi Felix, I'm at Raptor Roost today. Just barely made it. Arrived on the 22nd in Texas to visit family. Super excited being at Starbase, my first time. Thank you for inspiring me about this. Okay, so first of all, enjoy so much. The first visit to Starbase is something you will never forget. And the funny part is, no matter how often you return, it'll always kind of be like the first time because SpaceX builds up so quickly. I went the first time in 2020. And from there on, I went 6 times so far, or I think even 7 times, and roughly each year. And every time it looked completely different. Jonathan was out there a few times as well. He's in the background right now, and he can confirm that it looks different every time. It's absolutely crazy how fast SpaceX is doing this. So enjoy your time out there. It is a pleasure that you said that we inspired you to this. That is the biggest compliment you can give. I think I said that on the scrub attempt last time as well. It's crazy to hear this, to hear from people that we were able to inspire you to look into this, to drive down there, to be there for a Starship launch. So enjoy everybody else who's down there right now. Cheer for SpaceX, and let's hope that this is going to work today. I am very much closely looking at you, Raptor 3 engines. All right, we have tower vent.
Tower vent.
We have a tower vent. Okay, so what I told you earlier about SpaceX starting to pre-chill the lines. The tower vent means they are circulating cryogenic fluids. In this case, it is nitrogen to pre-cool. They're cycling this through the lines, and the tower vent shows you that it reached that position and that it is venting out. So SpaceX is proceeding with all the preparations needed. We're a little bit over an hour away from the fueling go, no go decision. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Fingers crossed for SpaceX. So that's what it is. Okay, KW Angel Mystic 9958. Thank you so much for your super chat. It is incredible. It is marvel what humans are capable of. Agreed. The sheer power behind it, simply outstanding. And what a start. Hats off, top-notch stuff. Yeah, I hope this goes to SpaceX because I wholeheartedly agree. Elliot made an animation, I think, for 2 episodes ago, where one of the engineers, SpaceX engineers in SpaceX's documentary that they release about Starship, you can watch it at SpaceX.com, and you should really, because it's absolutely worth it. And one of the engineers mentioned that the equivalent of was it the propellant or was it the deluge system? I don't even know anymore.
Which animation do you mean? The one with the trucks was propellant.
It was propellant, exactly.
I think so.
I was confused for a moment. So when the engines start up and the booster fires, that's why I wanted to bring this up as well. There it is. Those are F-150 trucks, funny enough. And it's 15 of them per second. And it's actually measured. Elliot went through the process of actually making 15 of them spill out. That is the equivalent in weight of what the booster consumes in propellant when the engines are all firing for liftoff. And that's exactly what was it? The sheer power behind it. That's what brought me to think about that. SpaceX's Starship in every regard is the largest rocket that was ever built. It breaks every record. Almost on every flight, we can announce that SpaceX broke yet another record, but with something being even crazier than before. And if they actually manage to achieve even just daily flights, not even talking hourly. I presume hourly will take a long time as well because everything needs to be perfect for that. You cannot have any issues. But even a daily launch cadence would be absolutely insane. That would mean humanity gains the ability to send 100 tons plus to orbit every day. That is a mind blower on its own. And that's what this is about. It's absolutely incredible. So I totally agree with you, Angel Mystic. Thank you so much for sending in the super chat. It is nuts. And we're here to watch Flight 13 hopefully take off today.
Yeah.
All right. We have Chris Gage TX. Thank you so much for your super chat. When hop today?
Yeah, in about 1 hour and 53 minutes.
Exactly. So we're 53 minutes away. No, we're one hour and 3 minutes away from SpaceX doing the go no go decision on fueling. We'll see after that if everything checks out. They'll green light the rocket and everything will start the hot phase. They'll start filling the tanks and preparing everything for the ignition. And if this doesn't play out like last time, we should see it clear the tower. Chris, I am so anxious.
I can understand this, and yeah, I have it as well, but I really still have a good feeling. I just want to focus on seeing this perform perfectly today. It's just such an incredible thing. When we started going on stream today, I looked at the thing again and realized how alien it still looks to me. I mean, I see it literally every day. I see it pretty much all day, every day, and still it looks surreal because I've never seen it in person. That's the other thing, of course.
Yeah, I told you, you have to come.
Yeah, I have to.
You have to. That's something I brought up on many episodes and live streams before as well. You see it on the screen here, and you can of course try to imagine how large it is, but seeing this in person, it's basically as large as a skyscraper. Imagine you're standing in front of the Empire State Building and you're looking up. That's what it looks like when you're looking up at a full stack Starship. It is incredibly large. Mind-bogglingly huge. Starbase itself, even the Star Factory itself, if you know rocket production facilities, and I've seen a few in my life, Starbase is growing and growing and growing. You see somebody standing in the flame diverter there just now, that you saw the engineer standing there. The scales of things just don't really come across on a screen. It is there he is again. I mean, tiny little people standing under the rocket. It is extremely large and it's impossible to bring across. So if you're watching me right now talking about all this and you're thinking, I should really go at some point, do it sooner than later. It is absolutely worth it. If you're interested in this, Starbase is the craziest place to go to right now, especially surrounding launches, but even if it's not surrounding a launch. The nice thing about maybe that's just nice for me. The nice thing in general when there's no launch is that there are far fewer people, of course. You'll see the daily life at Starbase. You'll see people move around, build things. It's like an ant's nest, day and night out there. That's the nice thing when there's no rocket on the pad. When there is a rocket on the pad, you have a huge crowd surrounding it every time. People come from all over the world to see this rocket sit on the pad. And the reason is because you can get so extremely close to it. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi. I had one thing to add about the going to Starbase, because you said that it's surreal and going there helps. I've been there 5 times. It didn't help. And I do look at it every day as well. It's still surreal. So
it's crazy. It
helps a bit, that's for sure.
It's mind-bogglingly large. It can't be brought across in a video. We tried so many times, like putting it next to a Statue of Liberty, having F-150s blow out of the trench. We tried everything. We tried filling it with bananas. It's basically impossible. You'll get an idea, but you still won't know what it actually means. So if you can, and you always thought I should do this at some point, change some point to next week and just go. It's so worth it. It is incredible. You can get so much closer than at Kennedy Space Center, which is nothing against NASA. They just have a way larger exclusion zone. Everything's is very regulated and restricted over there because it is a government facility and so on and so forth. SpaceX is a private company and they let you surprisingly close to everything. One thing to keep in mind, if you are out there right now, or if you're planning to go out there, stick to the common rules. Do not cross any borders. Don't go into SpaceX's facility. Don't be impolite to SpaceX employees. Don't leave your trash in the dunes. Have a nice day out there, but stay within the limits, because one of the reasons why SpaceX is letting everybody so close is because there hasn't been a big problem yet. There was one crazy influencer who ran under a Starship 3 years ago, I think, which I condemned, because as much as it might be cool for his content, that's exactly the kind of stuff. You see this, you see the road in front facing down right now, going all the way to the beach. That's Highway 4. You can drive it with a car that close. You're literally standing next to everything, and that's impressive. It is something absolutely unique. You can also see the footprint that I was talking about earlier. All that outline there with this little notch up there, the little notch, I think, is even where the liquefaction, the methane liquefaction plant is supposed to go. This is the largest expansion by footprint at once that Starbase has ever done at the launch pads. And it keeps and keeps and keeps on going, and it is absolutely incredible. So yeah, I could rant about this for another half hour. It is absolutely worth going to Starbase. If you thought about it, please do it. It's nothing you want to push forward forever. At some point, you're going to regret it. So here we go. When hop, hopefully very, very soon. Hopefully within the next 2 hours, I would be very, very happy about that. And I'm pretty sure the entire chat shares that. Okay, we're up to 8,500 people, which is about double of when I mentioned this last time. Thank you so much for watching. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. It helps us hugely. And for you, it's just a mouse click. So if you like what we're doing here, if you like all the camera setup that we did for you and us cheering together with you, click the like button, subscribe to the channel, consider buying a t-shirt or becoming a channel member. It is much appreciated. We are watching Starship Flight 13, ship 40 up top, ship booster 20 on the bottom. And we had a weather scrub and we had an engine abort after ignition. We had everything on this flight so far. Man, don't laugh.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
But it's testament for what SpaceX is doing. And I do understand why people are sitting in front of this every day thinking, what are they even doing? Why don't they just go to orbit? Why is it taking them so long? And yada, yada, yada. Because when ESA rolls out the new Ariane rocket, it has a payload on top and it flies to orbit. What's the big deal, right? Well, the big deal is that Ariane 6 uses a lot of parts from Ariane 5, to say it nicely, and it is a known system. It has almost no unknowns in the technology that they're using, and so on and so forth. It's the same for the Vulcan rocket from ULA, by the way, as well. Even though it's a completely new construction, it has an engine that comes from somebody else. You don't have to worry about it. It's Blue Origin's BE4, so they do that, and the rest of the rocket is very traditional. It has a Centaur upper stage, and it's something that they know, and that is not the case for Starship for SpaceX, because it has so many things that it is doing for the first time in the entire history of spaceflight. There has not been a traditional orbital two-stage rocket that is trying to save the upper stage. There has not been such a large heat shield before. There has not been such a large rocket before. There has not ever been a full flow stage combustion engine driving it up, and so on and so forth. And then with the background of rapid reusability, you have to design the entire thing completely different, because you can't afford having it checked out for a week or so. You want the thing to fly the next day at best, maybe even quicker. And so a lot of the things that SpaceX is doing there are radically different than any other rocket, and that is why they need to do this. They are trying to find out how to build it. It is not just another rocket, and that's the reason. And I've said this so many times.
And they just keep surprising us. I mean, when on flight 12 we had the loss of an engine on the ship, and they just said, yeah, we got engine out capability, no worries, we can still do it. It was like, what the hell? Others would have said that way up front. We have like the newest technology. It's so capable. We can even lose an engine. And they just like casually dropped that on the side. Mm-hmm. No problem. Mm-hmm. No biggie. It's just an engine.
Yeah, it's crazy. And that's all testament of the rapid reusability. All these redundancies, the way the pad is built, the way the rocket is, even the way the rocket is stacked on the pad. The reason, there are two main reasons why SpaceX, for example, just sidetracking randomly here, why they built the Mechazilla. Reason number one is ground handling. Reason number two is you save the weight for the landing legs, which is great because that raises your payload capacity, but they could have just attached legs and it would have probably still had a very reasonable amount of payload capacity. But the number one reason isn't losing the leg weight. The number one reason is ground handling. Yeah. Because if you have a robot sitting there that can just, it grabs the rocket, it already has it grabbed. You can just put it aside, put another upper stage on the booster. You can put the booster on the pad extremely quickly. Operations that for NASA's SLS, it takes a day to roll to the pad with the crawler, with the old Apollo style crawler, which is impressive and it looks amazing. And if you can, that is worth watching as well. I've done it twice now. It's incredible, but it is so much slower than what SpaceX is doing. They're rolling them out with SPMTs, with regular SPMTs, self-propelled modular transporters that you can buy. The industry uses them everywhere. It is nothing special. Here is the SLS crawler. Everyone's seen it before. It is a specially manufactured machine that costs hundreds of millions of dollars, and it is extreme. This is real time. See it moving? Kinda. Yeah. So that's the difference. Everything about the Starship infrastructure is built for this rapid reuse later on. It is not an accident that they're having it being grabbed out of the air with these robotic arms. Yeah, the robotic arms, speaking of them, are already in the launch position, all the way up and spread wide to give the rocket as much room as possible to leave the pad. Yep. No, this is faster. Yeah, this is a clip of, I think that's booster 20 rolling back, I presume. Exactly. This is sped up though, but it shows you what that critical lift team, the CLT at Starbase, does almost on a daily basis. There's a guy with a remote and he's walking next to the SPMT and he's moving this giant rocket booster around with little joysticks. That's how SpaceX does it. And compare that to NASA's crawler. It's like, again, I'm the biggest fan of all that machinery, and seeing it up close, I was at the NASA Social for Artemis 1, they even let us walk under the crawler, which was absolutely amazing. It's incredible to see, but it's from back in the days. And SpaceX is trying to build the future, and for that you need to invent a lot of new things. And that is the reason. That is the main reason, and there is no other reason. No matter what any large news outlet says, they are trying to find out how to build it. Okay, Astitva, you're in. Oh boy, thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, why? All the love for whatever you and your team does. Can't wait for this launch. Felix, what do you think and see about HLS? How early can we see it in the flight ready hardware updates? Yeah, so I know from contacts that I have, which I am not going to talk about, that HLS has been in development for a long time. There's some public stuff as well. We've seen airlocks, we've seen lifts, we've seen them train. I had a very interesting conversation with Doug Wheelock, veteran NASA astronaut, about because he's working together with NASA at SpaceX to design the cockpit for HLS. That's an interesting job. You get to sit down in a prototype cockpit of the HLS Starship, and you can tell SpaceX how to refine the controls, how to position the seat, how to position all the different monitors and stuff like that, so that you as an astronaut later on can actually work with the system. There are some really interesting behind the scenes stories there that I largely can't talk about because, but yeah, HLS is in production. Next year we are going to, or actually I expect them to start, I expect to see hardware this year. There's an animation from Elliot of the interior of the HLS Starship, which has already been published as well. There you can see the landing engines in the ring setup higher up. They're higher up on the HLS Starship, so it's not going to land with the engines under it. It is going to land with this ring of engines almost at the top for the regolith interaction on the moon. if you would blast a Raptor engine, which is capable of outputting, I think the lowest a Raptor engine can throttle is, I think, 40%, which would still be a sweet, 130 tons of force. If you exert that onto the lunar regolith, you are throwing around so many rocks. You don't want to do that, so the landing engines are higher up. That's another really interesting aspect. This, as we see it in that video, I'm an optimist, but I don't think it's going to be ready for the timeline as NASA plans it for 28 right now. And I'm an optimist. The reason for that is, again, not SpaceX being slow. By the way, I hope to be disproven on this. I would love to see it in 28, but I think it's going to be more like 29, maybe 2030, because it is an extremely difficult. Hey, bird. It is don't touch our camera. It is an extremely difficult thing to build. SpaceX knows all the technologies because they have Crew Dragon and Cargo Dragon. But scaling that up is harder than you think. You need to know exactly what you can build, and for that you need to have nailed down the Starship as it is. You need to scale up all the technology. You need to test all the technology. You need to run it through a myriad of different tests before it can even, because it needs to be human rated. That is the biggest problem. If you have Starlink satellites up top and a few of them don't deploy, okay, but if you have people going to the moon and not coming back, not okay. So it takes some time, and I think NASA's timeline, as much as I love the optimism about 2028, if it happens, it's going to be very difficult. What we can look forward to in the next few months is first orbital refueling hardware, first hardware for that HLS test ship that is supposed to be ready at the end of 27. Here you see an animation of a tanker depot, which is another thing that is in development and needs to be done, because you could, of course, you can theoretically just fuel the HLS in orbit. It needs 15 flights. But it's way better if you have a fuel depot up there ready for missions and so on and so forth. So that's the next project and the next project and the next project. There are so many things still to come. The entire Artemis architecture is going to need brand new hardware that has never been done like this before. Do we have a comparison between HLS and Blue Origin's Mark II Alpha? Do we have that at hand? If we do, you will see what I mean. Blue Origin, shout out to them, by the way. If anybody from Blue Origin is watching this stream right now, I love what these guys are doing. It's absolutely incredible, and I'm rooting for them to have their pad ready again before the end of the year with New Glenn. That was a big boom. It happens though. It's happened for SpaceX as well, so that doesn't mean anything. I love New Glenn. I love Blue Origin's Blue Moon Lander and so on and so forth. I do not like their what do you call it? The lawsuits that they're sometimes doing. I'm not the biggest fan of that. That is Mark II Alpha landing right there. I was looking for a size comparison between the two, but if you see the full stack right there. The Mark II Alpha is about triple the height of the hood that you see on top, the BQDs, the booster quick disconnects, those little gray hoods there. The Mark II Alpha is about 3 times the height of that. Compare that to the Starship that's sitting on top of it. And HLS is going to be the same size as that. So the scale on HLS, as much as it is on Starship, is off the scale, and that makes the project hard. And likely to have extensions in the schedule, in the planned schedule. I'm, like I said, I hope to be disproven, but I wouldn't. The thing is, I'm not even mad, because if SpaceX manages to build the Starship, it is worth it on its own. The capabilities that this will give us are nowhere else to be seen. China doesn't have them. Blue Origin doesn't have them, even though I really, really like what they're doing. Nobody has this. If they actually manage to build an HLS Starship, it is going to revolutionize how we access the moon. It's not Starship is revolutionizing how we access space. HLS is about to revolutionize how we access the moon, because it is not just a small lander that has a crew complement of 4 people and then enough air and supplies for 2 weeks of mission. An HLS Starship is so large, it brings everything for a month or 2, no problem.
It's a mobile base, basically.
Yep. you can even lay it down and build a base with it, which was suggested many times before as well. We have an animation of that as well, and so on and so forth. There are so many things resting on SpaceX's Starship, and that's what we're looking at. We're at 10,000 people right now. Like and subscribe. Thank you so much for showing up. We are watching Starship Flight 13. There's the animation of the Starship being put down on the ground. Exactly. It shows the interior as well. So this isn't meant as a cut away. They're not going to destroy it. They're going to lay it down on the ground, flesh it out with stuff inside, and then you can use it. You put regolith on top as a radiation protection. Regolith is the second best regolith, the second best radiation protection you can get. But actually, it's the best because it's already there.
Yep.
Water would be even better, but you don't want to use the water you can find on the moon for radiation protection, I think. You want to use that for all sorts of other things. So regolith is the one thing that jumps out. You just cover it with regolith and you have protection from the radiation, and then you have a perfect base on the moon. You just hook it up to solar panels and you're good to go for a year or two. And that's the kind of capability I'm talking about. And here we are. 43 minutes away from the fueling decision. Okay, if you have questions for me, write #question in the chat and I'll answer as many as I can. If you combine it with a super chat, which are going directly into a gizmo for our photographer, he wants to have a gimbal, a gimbal for a full DSLR 600mm lens setup. If you know a little bit about photography, you know that is heavy. And so it needs a big stabilizer, and we want to use it to take video footage during helicopter flights. So if you want to pitch in for that, unfortunately it's $5,000. Every super chat today and on the last attempt as well, it all goes into the jar. And as soon as we have the $5,000 full, and we're not far away from that because last time people were very generous, we're going to buy that stabilizer, and I'm very much looking forward to it. It is a pain to produce video on a helicopter. Okay, Astidva, thank you so much. Another question. Thank you so much for the next super chat. There were some talks about Australian launch pads. Anytime soon we may see those things happen. Also, how soon can we see a Starship launch or catch in Florida? Okay, for Starship, I think I've never heard anything about Australia. Australia doesn't have its own space agency though, and I think they're already working on the entire infrastructure. They have a launch provider building a rocket. I don't know the name from the top of my head, but they do have everything set up and they're proceeding with their own space program. Second question was, when do we see a launch or catch in Florida? A launch hopefully by the end of this year. It might slip into 2027, but if so, my prediction would be early 2027 because it is very important. NASA will want SpaceX to launch the HLS Starship from the Cape anyway because of publicity, because they can control this way better, because it's a government facility and so on and so forth. And so they need a pad. And so they're going to have the pad, and it's making good progress. Here we're seeing footage from which launch is this? The booster catch? Flight 8, wonderful. Yeah, I just today had a discussion with somebody on X, where I'm very active as well at Felix Schlang, where somebody mentioned that SpaceX has never demonstrated catching a booster or reusing it. That was easy to answer. They've done both. So yeah, there are a lot of milestones already behind SpaceX, and that is what makes me very, very optimistic about this program. It is absolutely incredible what they're doing. Tankard 1231. Another Franziskaner to Felix and the team. Thank you so much. Hi
Water
from
for
Munich. Yep. Yeah, after the launch. It's a Franziskaner is one of my absolute favorite beers from Germany. So thank you. Cheer 3 is a charm. Go FT13. Yeah, hopefully. That is another thing I've been confronted with. Are you being confronted with this a lot as well? Like Flight 13, the superstition, and people thinking that only the number 13. What do you think, chat? Just without any connection to this flight, do you think 13 brings bad luck? Yes or no? That will be a fun one.
Yeah.
Okay, while the answers are coming in, we'll no. There you go. Nope. It's bunk. Nope. Apollo 13. Yeah, that's a good example. No. Very good.
13 is good luck. Yep. My
13 is good luck. We have a problem. Great. What problem? Ah, no, we don't have. My wife in the off told me we have a problem, but she wanted to say, Houston, we have a problem. There's no problem. Everything's fine. Me asking if 13 is a problem, SpaceX saying we have a problem. No! Okay, no, yeah, I think the same, by the way. I do think that 13, that the whole thing surrounding that number is bonkers. And it always fascinated me how people can actually believe that that might be something. I am very sure we're fine today. The Raptors are going to work and everything's going to be good. Thank you, Tankard, for the Franciscana. That is much appreciated. Florian again. Thank you so much for the second super chat. Hey, Felix, hello from the very... Oh, no, that's the first one.
That's the one we had, yeah.
Okay, why was it in there again? Jumbo Smooth, thank you so much for your super chat. Question, Felix. It has been like 12 months since I first asked you. Please tell me that you have read the Bouvier series.
The Bobbyverse. You got the book. It's
the Bobbyverse.
By your bedside.
Yes.
You have to read it.
It is by my bedside. It's by my bedside, though. I have made progress. The problem really is if you're running a YouTube channel that does 25 minutes of video twice a week, plus all the things that we do for supporters, it takes a lot of time. It is the least... it bothers me the least of all the jobs I've ever had, but it still keeps me very busy. I love what I'm doing. The rest of the team does as well, but it is not... Often I have 10 plus hours per day, and including the weekends, just because I can't stop either. And that is a phenomenon that is on the entire team. I've talked to Cris about this as well. When you have the spaceflight virus.
You just can't shake it. You just have to live it.
Yeah. And so I really never really stop working ever, but I have to, Cris sent me the book. That's why he knew it's on I sent him a picture of it sitting on my nightstand and I haven't opened it yet, but it hasn't been there for too long yet. So we're still in the 3 months rule or something like that. So I am going to read it. I need to read it. Read it. Janine DC, thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you so much. She is one of the people that have been with us, I think, from all the way in the beginning. Thank you so much for watching with us over and over and over. We appreciate you. Help the Y team by subscribing and the merch shop. I second that. If you like what we're doing, send us a super chat, buy yourself a t-shirt, like the stream, which is free, subscribe to the channel, which is free. It helps equally. It helps us a lot. So thank you so much. Okay. Tank farms further spooling up. Not much to be seen at the pad yet. So we'll just continue with a few more of these questions. Cleve Weller, thank you so much for your super chat. Felix, to help lower your stress levels, here's a win-win for you. If it doesn't launch today, you can keep this $5. Thank you. Yeah, I usually have my stress SLS here as well. Wait a second, I gotta get that. Oh God.
The Stressless, the mighty Stressless.
I got those from Aerojet Rocketdyne during the Artemis 1 NASA social, and I have to send out a huge thank you to Aerojet Rocketdyne because I have a stress problem during launches. I know it's just in me. When we're a minute away from the launch, there is so much adrenaline in me that I usually just go like this, and you'll see it again on the stream as well. And for that, they gave me these because funny enough, I had the same problem on Artemis 1, and so they gave me these. It's an RS-25, and here is an SLS. And they can be squeezed, and it helps with the stress. So I have these, I have them ready, so we can continue with the launch. I know it's kind of silly, but I've always been like this. I'm also a huge fan of motorsports, and I have the same thing there as well. Whenever I visit a race live, I'm just sitting there like this the entire time. It's just me. Thank you. We have Brett Courier, thank you so much for the super chat. Here's to the stabilizer, go Starship. Thank you so much. Jordan is going to be jumping every time somebody mentions that. Thank you so much. He is going to smile so much when we get this thing. Diane Don 1144, thank you so much for your super chat. We can't have an unstable Jordan, can we? Get him that stabilizer. An unstable Jordan. We should get out a T-shirt or something. Once we bought that stabilizer, we're going to release a T-shirt saying "Stable Jordan fixed" or something. Thank you so much. He is going to like this. Thank you so much. Leonardo Ladeira, thank you so much for your super chat. The flight plan is still the same as the first try. Yes, it is. There's Jordan, by the way. If you don't know him, he is a good guy. He really is. And he is doing such a fantastic job at Starbase. Shout out to you, Jordan. Shout out to Amy. Without these people, there are eyes and ears down at Starbase, and they do this almost every day. If it's hot, if it is rainy, if it's mosquito infested, you will find them out there. Every time you see an image or a video that is not from Elliot, so real, you will, it's 99% is from them. So yeah, they're troopers, both of them, and we're very happy to have them on the team. Yeah, the flight plan is the same thing as the first try with the abort. They want to send the Starship. Yes.
There's just two things that I noticed that they were different. The one thing is that they have the new stop at 1 minute instead of 30 seconds, which they had before. And then that they mentioned that they're going to go for a quicker ascent to max Q to test the heat shield. So there are a few tweaks. Yeah.
That was the same on the abort flight. I don't mean flight 12. I mean the last attempt.
Okay,
Flight 12 was different. Flight 12 differed in quite a few things. Flight 13, though, is unchanged. Main goals in this case, I think, are the heat tiles. That is, otherwise SpaceX wouldn't have mentioned that yesterday. They even said it again. They need these pictures of the Starship heat tiles during max Q, which is the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure. That means the rocket is flying up through the atmosphere. Down here, we have a very dense atmosphere. Up there, the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner, but the speed goes up while it is going into a thinner atmosphere. So you have two curves, and where those two curves overlap is max Q. The rocket is the fastest with the densest atmosphere in it, and that creates a lot of aerodynamic pressure. And SpaceX wants to find out how the heat shield fares if you raise that pressure, if you go faster. The reason for that is pretty simple. If you don't throttle down, or if you throttle down as little as you can during max Q to keep the pressure low on the rocket itself, you save energy. And when you save energy, you raise your payload capability, and that is the entire reason behind that. So they could go slower, but they want to find out how fast they can go. And for that, they are going to send it through a really fast max Q this time. They're going to speed through this. They're going to take pictures and film the Starship while it is going up. And later in space, we will hopefully see some camera footage of the heat shield again. And then we can see with our own eyes how good those tiles fared. Here in the lower right, you can, for example, I talked about the white tiles. This is one of those targeter tiles. These are in the heat shield right now, just to give the cameras a target to look at, because with a dark background and a black heat shield, it is kind of hard to tell if what you're looking at, and they don't have much time for that. So they want to know right away what they're looking at, and that's why they put those markers in, those white dots basically in the heat shield. 30 minutes to I'm already starting.
Yes. Tension's rising.
It is. That's the most stressful moment during everything I do is these launches. John Wolf, thank you so much for your super chat. Having my life saving on SpaceX makes watching launches much more fun, lol. Yeah, exactly. I said that all the way in the beginning of the stream already. It's funny how SpaceX does something right and the stock falls. That is a direct result of a lot of politics and a lot of people at the stock exchange, of course, not being as informed as we are. They see an abort and they're like, it doesn't work. Even though the rocket did exactly what it was supposed to do, it did it even masterfully. After ignition, it did an abort. It made the right call. Now they're back for a proper flight. So, but that's the reason why the people at the stock exchange don't build rockets. Brad Career again, thank you so much. No, that's the same thing again, right? Why are these? Okay, so I have a bug report for Jonathan in the background who does all, he's already nodding, noting it down. Okay, I'll tell you, I'll see that I don't do these double anymore. They seem to be flipping into my timeline again in the question tool. Miko is my favorite Finn. I'm so happy that you're here again. He even visited me in Germany at one point. He's another guy who's been with Y for, I don't know, like right after the channel was born, he was there. Thank you so much for being with us. Greetings from Finland, moderating from the lake house tonight. Fingers crossed for a launch. Yes, Miko is almost on every launch stream that we've done so far. Miko did chat moderation, so behave in there. He's the guy deleting your chat if you don't. And he's mentioning the lake house because I know exactly that lake house, and I promised him to go to that lake house together with him, which I really, really have to do. I've never been to Finland, and that lake house, he has put a lot of work into it, and it's a beautiful spot. Enjoy it out there. Enjoy the night in Finland. And here's to Flight 13. Hopefully it launches. DKS Myths, thank you so much for your super chat. Felix, Cris, Jonathan, and team, thanks for everything you do. Thanks for sharing your time and insights for all these launches. Fingers crossed for lucky Flight 13. There's nothing to add to it. This goes to the entire team. The team is amazing. There's this fun recurring joke. We have a team meeting every week on Thursdays. And I often, in these team meetings, I say, I don't even know what I'm supposed to say here right now because the team is rocking it and everything is going perfect. Thank you so much for the honor and the pleasure of working with you guys. They've heard this sentence from me many times. And so that's what I think about these people, the Y team in the background who are bringing you all these episodes and all this content. I couldn't have better people to work with. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Man, I'm so happy. Yeah. I want this Starship to launch so badly. Okay, Clan Hawkins, this is real. Clan Hawkins, thank you so much for your super chat. Where do we find the GoFundMe, Cris to Starbase? Do a super chat.
Thank you.
Do what you just exactly did. All this super chat money is always used for equipment, for teams, for Jonathan, for example. When he goes to Starbase, we often sponsor at least the ticket or everything. And for me, it is very important that the fan support actually goes to where it's supposed to go, where it makes a difference. And I've always handled it that way all the way in the beginning. If you've been with us for a long time, for the first 2 years or so, I think I even posted what I bought with the patron money. And back then it was only patron money because channel members didn't exist yet, I think. And so I always posted on Patreon what I bought with their money, because that's what it's for. We don't pocket this. We don't go on a vacation with it or buy our favorite, I don't know what. It goes right into equipment, into flights, into organizing things, all that kind of stuff. So thank you so much. That's what they are being used for. For everybody who has just joined us, we're at 12,500 people now. It's funny, every time I say it, we're 2,500 people higher. If you've just joined us and you don't know what you're looking at here, SpaceX is about to launch Starship Flight 13. Ship 40 is on the top and booster 20 is on the bottom. This is maybe the third attempt, because the first attempt was an abort after ignition because engines didn't light up properly. That's all we know officially. The second one was a scrub yesterday because of weather, because SpaceX wants to photograph the Starship while it is going through Max Q. And yesterday we had a solid cloud cover. There was nothing, there wasn't even a hole. And it was pretty bad weather as well. And SpaceX can push this because their payload is their own. And so they pushed it to today. So we're technically seeing attempt number 3. The goals for this flight are a booster soft landing in the Gulf, a ship soft landing or splashdown in the Indian Ocean. 20 real Starlink satellites this time. For the first time in the history of Starship launches, we have an actual payload. They are going to follow the same trajectory. So they will re-enter the atmosphere after 20-25 minutes or so, the same way the Starship does. But while they're in space, they're going to form a network between each other, make contact with other Starlink satellites that are already in orbit, and so on and so forth. So this is, and that is something that I mentioned during that first abort launch stream. I do think SpaceX put these in this time because a dummy while it simulates the size and the weight of the real deal, it doesn't simulate how it behaves, because a satellite is comprised of all sorts of different components that are installed into a frame. They bend, they vibrate, they do all sorts of stuff because it is a machine. And so it is going to be really interesting to see them deploy these satellites, because they might sag in the middle, you know, unlike the dummies, which are not flexible, and so on and so forth. So it'll be really interesting to give a close look to the payload deployment sequence this time. Other than that, they're also going to do a Raptor engine relight in space, which still is a preparation for the first ship catch, because you have to reliably demonstrate that you can do this, because that is what sends the Starship on its trajectory back down again. So they're testing that again. And hopefully they manage to. This is a beautiful animation. I love Elliot's work. It's the hot staging with the pattern that sends the booster on its way, flipping back down to its descent back into the ocean in this case. Beautiful stuff. And lots of changes on Starship version 3. Starship version 3 is radically different than what we saw before. Everything before Flight 12 was version 2 and version 1, and they both look like a cigar, black on top, silver on the bottom. That's the only thing they have in common. They have changed everything: the internal tank structure, the engines, everything has been reworked and changed and rerouted and designed better, with mass production in mind already, and so on and so forth. So version 3 is extremely interesting. Now, keep the Elliot animations playing. It's just beautiful. Huge shout out to the team again. Okay.
I just wanted to remind you that you forgot to say that 6 of the satellites now will have cameras and lights and will look at the ship. And I'm so looking forward to that, because since we have 6 of them, maybe we can even see one of the satellites deploy their solar sails and everything. Because, as you said, it's real satellites this time. They're operational. They will really deploy and not just pop out there. So let's just hope we get there and see some beautiful pictures, because we get everything we need. We got lights, we got cameras. So stage is set. Let's go.
Yep, that's another, now that you say it, there was this fantastic moment in the SpaceX documentary in that episode number 2, which again, you should watch it. It's on SpaceX.com, where you see 2 engineers sitting in front of their monitors in the control room, and they, for the first time, see the image of the satellite drifting out of the payload bay of the Starship. So you have a spacecraft deployed in space, which is filming another spacecraft that you deployed in space. And their eyes just go wide from amazement. And they are the people who built this. And they're sitting there the same way we do when it happens. They are like little children when it happens and when it works out. And that is the passion that drives these people at SpaceX. It's fascinating to see every time. So there is no GoFundMe page for Cris to Starbase yet. Maybe we should do that. You really need to go. You know it, and I know it. Ivan Quevedo, 03F. Thank you so much for your super chat. 5 launch sites, 3 flights a day, times 30 days, times 12 months. Oh yeah, that's the kind of stuff I do on my episodes. Question, can the tank farm support 3 flights a day, and how much would it take to bring it to that capacity? So right now, the tank farm at Starbase, I can't speak for the other tank farms that are being built at 39A and Slick 37. I have no calculations for those, but for the tank farm that is at Starbase, it supports, I think, 2.2 flights or something, slightly over 2 flights, which is not enough for every 60 minutes. But if you attach a star pipe, which brings you the methane, and if you attach an ASU, which brings you nitrogen and oxygen, and if all the capacity is filled, that's, by the way, it's another beautiful Elliot animation. It shows you the path that the fuel lines take from the fuel farm into the tower onto the rocket. So if you keep replenishing, which SpaceX right now does with tanker trucks, if you just continuously keep replenishing while you're launching, and you do that fast enough, there you go. That's what you need. So you need a very, very capable gas station to fuel a Starship every 60 minutes. But that is a goal for down the line as well. Even though it's already baked into this design, I'm very sure that SpaceX is not planning to reach that cadence next year. Their plan is to reach a monthly cadence from now on for the end of the year. We know that from Gwynne Shotwell. And after that, they're going to ramp it up. They're going to go for 2 weeks, then they're going to go for a week, then they're going to go for twice a week, and so on and so forth. So it is going to ramp up over time. But the end goal is every 60 minutes, yes. And different pads are at different sites. So they're not going to have 5 launch sites at Starbase. They are going to have 2 launch sites at Starbase, one at 39A in Florida and one at Slick 37, and 2 at Slick 37 in Florida. So they can stretch it out. They can build the infrastructure at Starbase. They can build the infrastructure here in Florida, and so on and so forth. And Florida is going to be harder than Starbase because Starbase belongs to SpaceX. And that is one of the reasons why SpaceX decided to do all this testing on their own grounds at their own facility, because they are so much freer in what to change, in what to do, in what to advance and what to shelve for the time, like the oil rigs that everybody always questions me about. I know nothing right now, but I'm still pretty sure they're going to come back at some point. But that's a perfect example. They had already started ripping stuff out of these oil rigs to transform them into sea launch platforms, and they just shelved the program because it's not part of the critical path. The critical path right now is for SpaceX to achieve their goals of being able to reach the moon, being able to reach Mars, being able to deploy their 1 million AI satellite constellation to build a base on the moon, and so on and so forth. That is the critical path. And for now, those oil rigs weren't part of that. But that changes in the future again. As they progress through milestones, other milestones become important again, and then they start those up again. So it's really hard to predict. But I don't think it's impossible. Just because it hasn't been done yet, it doesn't mean it's impossible. I do think that they can reach a launch per hour. It's not around the corner, but I think it's doable. Mr. Cool One, thank you so much for your super chat. Hello, Felix. Thanks for you and yours. Thanks for your and yours teamwork. Thank you so much for the super chat. That is what keeps us running. Thank you. Dr. Grossdeut. Thank you so much for your super chat. For the stabilizer, Jordan, you're going to be jumping around. Joey Moley R7T, thank you so much for your super chat. Cris is staring into my soul.
Your wife has told me that before. I have no idea what this is about. Should I just like look slightly away from the camera?
I like it. I think he looks very friendly. There you go.
It's a friendly stare into your soul. No worries.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so we are 17 minutes away, and I'm trying to do these super chats as quick as I can, I promise, but it's really, really hard. We have one that is absolutely incredible. That's 10% of the stabilizer right there. Thank you. Scadrio, thank you so much for this super chat. That is, Jordan is jumping, trust me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Without the so-called fan support, nothing of what we're doing would even be possible. Just to give you a number, there are right now over 4,000 active channel members and patrons supporting What About It, besides the super chats and all the other things. I don't even know how to say thank you. So thank you. It's really much appreciated. Vayans David 6095. I'm very sorry for butchering these names. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hey, Felix and your team, will they use Raptor 4 engines on the next flight? And if so, are they working towards a spaceship with these engines for the eventual moon mission? So right now the plan is to stick with Raptor 3. I have not seen an announcement of Raptor 4. Raptor 3 is already crazy advanced. You see the animation down there? That is the amount of engines SpaceX will need only this year if they launch every month and don't reuse the engines. 236. You can count them. Elliot made sure it's right. So they are building a lot of these engines, and they're I'm very sure that all the people involved in building them are looking forward to SpaceX starting reliable reuse on them, because this is a tempo that is just nuts. It's likely just going to speed up even further because SpaceX's goals of building cadence on Starships is nuts as well. But no, there is no announcement of a Raptor 4, and Raptor 3 is crazy advanced. So advanced that, for example, Tori Bruno, who I love, this isn't meant negatively, when Gwyn Shotwell, I think, posted the first ever image of a Raptor 3 engine, he posted under it saying, well, that's great, but why do you post a picture of a not fully assembled engine? Here you see the difference between Raptor 1, 2, and 3, and you'll see what Tori meant. Is this engine looks like nothing we've seen before. It looks unfinished, but that thing on the right there is the entire engine. Every part is integrated. It's actively cooled so that it doesn't even need much of a heat shield. It only has a heat shield around the thrust vector control actuators, and I think the boxes around the turbopumps. But that's it. The entire rest is naked, so you can save weight. It is an incredible engine. And as it seems from the Flight 13 abort and the Flight 12 launch itself, it is not fully developed yet. It just entered the market, basically. It just entered the project. So there is likely a little bit of time, a little bit of some iterations going down the line and so on and so forth. But again, the capability that we can expect in the end is worth the wait. The Raptor 3 engine is a mass producible, high output, extremely efficient full flow stage combustion engine. You see the cooling channels there inside the parts. And so those are all Elliott animations. Again, Elliott is just, I'm mentioning Elliott a lot today, but it is nuts. Okay, one of the reasons why What About It episodes look the way they look is Elliott. He's doing a brilliant job. Okay, so that's Raptor 4. It's not announced yet, and I do think if it ever gets announced, it's several years down the line. I think they're busy with Raptor 3 right now. And yes, that is going to power the HLS as well. Raptor 3, the entire Raptor the Raptor engine is what powers Starships. The descent engine might be different. The Moon descent engine might be different, but other than that is Raptor. Kelly Zetzer 538, thank you so much for the generous donation for the gimbal. Y'all rock, man. We're making progress towards that gimbal. Thank you so much, guys. This is so much appreciated. It's a part that for us is almost impossible to get. I remember Jordan telling me, yeah, we need that gimbal. And he sent me a link of it. And I was like, oh, God, this is expensive. So thank you. I'm blown away. You guys rock. You rock so much. It's a very humble feeling. That's why I always react like this. After 7 years, I'm not used to it. It's an open generosity in this spaceflight community that I have never seen in my life before. So we do appreciate this. Thank you. Yogi Dad 100, thank you so much for the generous donation. Here's for the chopper gimbal thingy. Thank you.
I can't wait to see this.
The thing is going to happen if you keep doing this. And it's going to be worth it. Look forward to the videos. It is going to be nuts. The thing is not, there's a reason why it's so expensive. Domain admin 9745, thank you so much for your generous donation. You guys are doing a great job again. Hoping that it goes today. Say hi to your beautiful wife. I will. Peter from Dallas and Artemis 1. Pete from Dallas and Artemis 1? Did I see you doing Artemis 1? Which Pete? My wife's trying to tell me something in the background, but she's quiet again. I don't remember. She's telling me you sat in our kitchen, which would mean I definitely met you. We got to talk after this. The domain admin 9745/Pete, send me a message after the stream. Thank you so much for the super chat. It is much appreciated. We have Keith MV. Thank you so much. This is absolutely crazy. Give him a hell, boys. You have the best coverage on YouTube. Always a please never be defeated. Go SpaceX. And why go SpaceX? Go SpaceX before everything else today. It's 11 minutes. We're 11 minutes away from a go no go for fueling. So I'm interrupting this for just a moment. We're at 16,000 people, which is 4,000 more than the last time I did this. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream. Thank you so much for joining us. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe to the channel. It helps us a lot. We are looking at ship 40 and booster 20 sitting at pad 2 at Starbase, Texas. The weather is wonderful. There is nothing holding up today's launch so far. SpaceX is right now pre-chilling the fuel lines and preparing everything for a fueling, which is going to get a go, no-go decision 50 minutes before flight. So very close. You see the countdown clock ticking up there in the upper left corner. 37 minutes before flight, I think they start fueling, and then we're going to see the frost lines climbing up and so on and so forth. And that's where the cheering part starts. 30 minutes before the flight, SpaceX will go online and we'll listen to what they have to say, which is always worth it. If you have a question, write #question in the chat and your question after it, and we'll try to answer it. But these people are going crazy about super chats right now. So I don't know. We had an idea though, Cris and I, we had an idea on the last attempt. We are going to, and that's still the plan. We've got all the open super chats from the first launch attempt saved, and we're going to do a speed round of answering the super chats that were not answered during the live stream. It's going to be a fun thing for everybody else because you guys have good questions, and so why shouldn't we do it? We're just going to sit down and speed answer these questions for you guys. So keep them coming. We're going to note them down even if I don't answer them today at some point after the launch, because right now we're crazy busy with trying to gather the information for you. But after the launch that calms down, and then we're going to release the first ever speed answering live chat, super chats. I'm very much looking forward to it. I think it's a great idea. Good job, Cris. I didn't even think about that. So keep the super chats coming. We're trying to finance a gimbal stabilizer, and I think it's going to work. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Okay, give them a hell, boys. We have Wormhand, thank you so much for your super chat. If they start flying every month, they might be ready by 28. Yes, I think it's possible. This super chat probably connects to be saying it will be hard. I did not say it'll be impossible. I just said it'll be hard, and that I will not be worried if it slips, because again, the capability added by SpaceX's Starship is worth the wait. But yes, it can absolutely happen. One thing is Raptor 3. I'm really hoping that Raptor 3 is going to be very reliable today. That would be a solid indicator for us that they can proceed with orbital refueling, with ship catches, with all the plans that are still coming in the next 2 to 3 years. We are going to have so many things to talk about. We have Further Dog, thank you so much for your generous donation, and I'm very sorry for butchering the name if this was wrong. Started watching Y when you were still in Germany. That was a while ago. You have inspired me to parlay my PhD in astronomy into a nascent YouTube channel. Really, best of luck to you and your team. Can he post? Oh, I mean, it's the name is there. I'm going to save this and take a look at your channel later. So here we go. I've got this saved down. Again, this is the craziest thing you can tell us, that we inspired you to do something, that we inspired you to get interested in spaceflight. I've had people tell me that they pursued a PhD in something directly related to spaceflight just because they watched What About It? That is crazy. Yeah. That is exactly the reason why we opened up the channel all the way in the beginning. I was sitting there in 2018, SpaceX started doing their first things about Starship, and nobody was really reporting about it. And at some point I was so frustrated because I was the guy, like you people right now, sifting through YouTube for any bit of information about what SpaceX was doing there, and there wasn't much. And so I started What About It? That's the entire reason behind it, because I was unhappy with what back then. Now this has changed. We have Marcus House, we have NASA Spaceflight, we have Tim Dodd, huge fan, and still am and will always be. But back then that looked different. We had Tim just emerging, basically. He had like 300,000 subscribers or 400,000 when I started What About It, I think. And there was nothing there, and I was very frustrated. And I'm very happy to hear these messages now that this actually worked out, because that's what I made it for. Thank you. We have, yes. 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 I will. Okay, so I just got the information. If you don't write put a heart in it or something, because otherwise it doesn't show up. And I really want to shout out for all the people that are giving something for the stabilizer right now. This is much appreciated. Xdatam, thank you so much for your super chat. Super thanks to you and your team. Dankeschön from Aachen with love. Aachen is also a place I've visited many times in my life. Jonathan, you're currently there, right?
Aachen gang.
There you go. Aachen gang. Thank you so much. It is much appreciated. Keith Nance 4209. Thank you so much for your super chat. Go Starship at Astra. Exactly. Nothing to add. Man, John Chester's I9N. Thank you so much for your super chat. No lucky 13. Exactly. So, man, we really have to all root for the Raptor engines. There are 39 Raptor engines today who need our cheering, because that's the most important item. They need to work, otherwise nothing happens. Hottensturmp, thank you so much for your super chat. Hi, watching from Belgium. Go Felix and team. Thank you so much for watching with us. I'm kind of speed going through this right now because you guys are going nuts. Andrew Adar, thank you so much for your super chat. So it's been asked in the chat before, but just wanted to get your attention. Why does Starship need so much refueling to get to the moon? Okay, that's pretty simple. Starship is large. That's it. It has a huge payload capacity. It is supposed to be reused, so it can land on the moon without leaving anything behind. So it doesn't have an ascent stage. It doesn't leave anything behind like Apollo did, for example. It just lifts off again with the entire mass, travels back to low Earth orbit if needed, gets refueled again, and so on and so forth. So it's just because it's large. And 15 flights, even though it sounds crazy, it only sounds crazy right now because the Starship program isn't where it's supposed to be yet. If they actually achieve a launch per hour, no one's going to ever care about 15 launches to refuel it again. And another thing many people overlook is that even though Starship is very, very large, it is extremely cheap to produce. SpaceX went with stainless steel. SpaceX went with traditional normal welders with fully automated processes, with a star factory that basically looks like a Tesla factory on the inside, because it is supposed to mass produce the Starships. And the more you produce something, the cheaper it gets. And if it's fully reusable, you add even more on top of that. It gets extremely efficient money-wise. And so in the end, it is reduced to the fuel plus a very, very small percentage of what that rocket initially cost to launch it to space. And the fuel is around $800,000. So if you have to launch 15 Starships, and let's say a launch costs $2 million, which is already on the high end, I think they're going to get lower than that. So if a Starship launch costs you $2 million and you have to launch 15 Starships, you're at $30 million. That is below a Falcon 9, a single Falcon 9. And that's what people often overlook. They see this gigantic rocket and they're like, oh my God, this is going to be so much work needed to just refuel it. But no, it is fully and rapidly reusable. The entire concept bases on exactly that. Very, very cheap flights. So it isn't that big of a problem as it first seems. Right? Right. I thought I might have forgotten anything. Kirby Winters, thank you so much for your super chat. I think they are going to be sending a Boeing company drilling machine with Optimus robots to the moon to build an underground city. How do you think this could accelerate the moon base building? Okay, so there is this funny thing about Elon Musk's companies. He has SpaceX, he has XAI, he has Tesla, and he has the Boring Company. And the Boring Company's boring drill machines are 8 meters in diameter. A Starship is 9 meters in diameter. So if you build a Starship that has a huge payload door in the front that fits a Boring Company drilling machine, you can put a drilling machine from an Elon Musk company into an Elon Musk company Starship to send it to the moon towards an Elon Musk base on the moon. That is the plan. It's not officially announced, but I'm very, very sure that that is the plan, because if you look at the focus goal of the Boring Company, which builds these drilling machines, their goal is to beat Jerry. Jerry is a pun on SpongeBob SquarePants. His pet is called Jerry. It's a snail, and snails aren't very fast, but snails are about 10 times as fast as the fastest tunnel drilling machine that existed before the Boring Company, or I think even 100 times. Tunnel boring machines are extremely slow. And so the Boring Company's goal is to make a small but very, very fast drilling machine. And I think the reason for that is they want to use those on the Moon and Mars. This isn't confirmed. This is not an unofficial thing from SpaceX yet or anything, but I would not be surprised to hear that at some point. So yes, this will accelerate moon base building, because the best thing you can do on the Moon and on Mars is to go underground for protection. You can stay on the surface for a certain amount of time, but every time you're up there, you're collecting millisieverts of radiation, and you don't want to have that total go up too high in your first week. It's not very good. Cosmic radiation is very bad for you. So, and covering yourself with regolith, and that includes building a tunnel, is one of the best ways, because it's already there. You just have to build a tunnel. You don't bring anything but the tunnel boring machine. The construction material is already there. Just dig down. So we have Justini. Thank you so much for managing the chat and for providing the questions and for being with us and for doing a super chat. He's another one of the people who have been with us from the beginning on. Let's go again. Hopefully the clouds behave today. Felix and or Cris, are you still missing a rocket in your model collection? If so, which one?
Well,
that question doesn't go to you. I've been in your studio. Cris has such an incredibly large amount of rocket models in the background. It dwarfs my collection. What I am missing right now is anything not SpaceX. I have everything SpaceX 10 times at this point. I have a very, very nice New Glenn, but I'm missing older rockets. I would love to have a Delta IV. I would love to have an Atlas. I would love to have a space shuttle. I would love to have a Saturn V. I have a Lego Saturn V, but not a printed model. So I'm missing all the stuff from yesteryears, sadly.
One thing that I would like to add there is that last time we had a similar question. I couldn't remember the name of the guy who did most of the rockets that are standing here. I do know it now, so I just want to shout out to KMO Brain. He's from France, and he's making tons of these rockets, and 80% of them you can get for free. The others you can get for like a couple dollars. So he's doing an amazing work. They're made to click fit. You don't even need glue on most of the models, and it's amazing. He's so detailed. You learn such a lot of details just from building these model rockets.
Yeah. Yeah, put a link into the chat. This is not a sponsored endorsement or anything. This is just one space nerd talking to other space nerds. So yeah, I still don't have a 3D printer in my house, and I kind of see it like it's good. It's good that I don't. If I had a 3D printer, you would. If I ever get a 3D printer, you will see my episodes getting fewer. So it's not a good idea for me to get a 3D printer. That's why I don't have one yet. I've been playing with the idea for years, but I think it's better if I don't get one. So for everybody who's just showed up, we have another 5,000 people. What is it? Excuse me? Yes. Yeah. SpaceX, I hear from Jonathan right now, they're delayed by 7 minutes. So we have a little bit of a push there, whatever the reason, we don't know yet, but we'll find out. For everybody who's just joined us, we're at 20,000 people watching right now. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel. It is for free and it helps us a lot. We are looking at Starship Flight 13 on the pad, very, very close to go, no go for fueling right now. That should be in 4 minutes. They are conducting a poll. All the different positions in the control room will give a go or a no-go for fueling. And if everybody says go, they're going to proceed into that. So we're in the final phase. We're almost in the final phase of the pre-flight preparations, and then we're going for the launch, and we're going to see what happens as every time. We have a V3 Starship here sitting on the pad, on a brand new pad. It's just seen one launch so far. The entire design has just seen one launch so far. That was Flight 12. In my analysis opinion, the biggest problem on Flight 12 was engine reliability on Raptor 3. So that shows you that Raptor 3 isn't fully developed yet either. That is what I am going to look at the most during this launch. SpaceX will, for the first time ever launching a Starship have real payload. In the Starship you're seeing there on the pad are 20 Starlink V3 satellites, production off the line, the real deal. They are just going to stay in space for 20 minutes because they're being deployed by a Starship that is suborbital, so the satellite can't reach orbit either. But they're going to take, they're going to form a connection with other Starlink satellites with their own V3 counterparts. They're going to perform tests and get as much data as they can from the deployment procedure as well, because a dummy satellite is something different than the real deal. So the deployment will be interesting as well. Then SpaceX is going to do an engine relight in space, which is still very, very important for an upcoming ship catch that they're going to hopefully do on Flight 14 if Flight 13 plays out well. The booster is going to head for the Gulf. The ship is going to head for the Indian Ocean. Both soft splashdowns. So SpaceX is going to give us the camera footage of both, and it is incredible every time it happens. It's definitely worth waiting for, and we are very, very close. Thank you so much for watching with us, and we are answering questions right now. We have a little fundraiser going for a gimbal stabilizer for Jordan, one of our photographers at Starbase, who's out there every day, and we're trying to take video footage on a helicopter. It is more difficult than we thought, and we need a very, very expensive gimbal stabilizer, and the community seems to want him to have that right now. So thank you so much for this. We're speed answering questions, and we keep going. Thank you for watching with us. We have my Ranfox 3873. Thank you so much for the generous donation. Awesome job, Felix and company. You inspired me to retire. Yeah, well, that's a good thing.
Enjoy retirement.
My sister just retired as well after being an industrial engineer for the US Post for 35 straight years. Shout out to my sister if you're watching. Enjoy your retirement, enjoy today's launch, and thank you so much for the super chat. It is much appreciated. We have Brandon Drews, 3207. Thank you so much for the generous donation. I only wonder what FEMAs look like. I cannot even imagine. I love what they are doing with rapid prototyping. Great job, guys. This is one of the best broadcasts I have seen. Thank you so much. We are trying to do our best. Sometimes I get asked why I started this YouTube channel. It's because I'm a rocket nerd. I've always been. So if I stumble, if I say something wrong, please do correct me in the chat. I'm self-taught, I'm self-educated. I've been looking into the Starship program for 7 years straight, soaking up all the information there is. And at this point, I would say I'm reasonably well informed. But if there is ever something that I say wrong, if you're like, wait a second, it's 3 degrees less, let me know in the chat. I'm always looking forward to learning more, and there are so many smart people in this community. That's one of the things that makes this job very, very fun. So thank you for the super chat. We have Ken Jeffries again. Thank you so much for your super chat. CA love what you do at Y. Keep up. CA was probably an emoji. Love what you do at Y. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. We don't intend to stop anytime soon. We've been doing this for 7 years straight, and it hasn't gotten boring. Starman Steve, thank you so much for your super chat. Y team, great job as always. Get that stabilizer. It's nuts. Thank you guys so much. James Pippin 0, thank you so much for your super chat. How would in-orbit fuel transfer work? With bladders, fuel would slosh around in zero gravity. Yeah, Cris, you want to do that one?
I actually have a problems with my connection.
Oh, no problem.
I have to restart once.
Go ahead, no problem. I can answer that. It's called gravity settling, I think. Gravitational settling. You make a little puff with your engines. That's all it needs. And then because of the forward movement, all the propellant settles at the bottom of the tanks. It's pretty easy. And then you just got to keep it stable, because if there is no inertia added, the fuel can just be sucked out of the tanks, because there are slosh barriers and all sorts of systems that SpaceX uses. They have a very sophisticated fuel manifold that is built with this in mind. So that should, even though it's never been done before, it shouldn't be a big problem. So you just have to settle the propellant in the tanks by lighting your engines, and then pumps can transfer it over. I think that is how it's going to be, I presume. Maybe even pressure fed. That might work as well. It's an interesting topic. But yeah, settling it and getting rid of the slosh, you just need to use your engines for that. The main engines will do the trick. Varmint LP, thank you so much for your super chat. Can't send my first super chat message for some reason. If this comes through, enjoy some cash and keep doing your job. Always watching you for launch dates. It went through. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you all here. It seriously is. Sunny L. Young, thank you so much for your super chat. Love your work, Felix, and the rest of the Y team. Here's something for the stabilizer. Thank you so much. Man, the speed round is going to be long. I'm really trying my best, people. Thank you so much. Pepamo, thank you so much for your super chat. Cheers from Cold Lake, Alberta, Canada. Yeah, like I said, my sister lives in Milwaukee, which is very high up as well. And every winter I come visit her, I'm very much reminded of the winter in Germany. It takes a long time. It is very cold and dark. And yeah, that's what you got to deal with when you're in Canada. I'm in Florida and I'm enjoying it very much. Come visit us here. It is a lovely place to see if you haven't been in Florida yet. Shout out to Canada. Artemis Beep. Thank you so much for your super chat. I see something on the side of the ship near the payload bay in one camera view. It seems too large to be a docking cone. Any idea what it is? So on the side of the ship near the payload bay in one camera view. Near the payload bay. Could be the Starlink antennas. They're black. Well, that's the Heatshield side. I presume he meant maybe on the other side. I have no clue though. It could be the Starlink antennas. It could be the raceway, which is larger on the V3 version. That is all the plumbing that can't be internally in the tanks and is being routed on the side in two large raceways going up the side. We also have manholes to access the tanks during production. They're not really used afterwards anymore, but they're for inspecting the internal tanks. Those can be visible on the outside. I don't know. Maybe upper stage, exactly. I've been thinking about doing an episode just running down all the things you can see on the outside of both booster and ship. Maybe that is a hint to me to actually do that at some point, because I get these questions a lot. Also, like the marks that you can see on the booster, for example, many people don't even know what those are for. Welding marks, because it's stainless steel. You can see this on the outside on other rockets that are, for example, milled out of aluminum, which is what most traditional rockets before Starship were made of aluminum, and that is being milled, and so it looks completely different, and you don't see those weld marks. That is one of the reasons. It's a direct result of Starship wanting to be rapidly reusable and very cheap in its production and very fast. That's why they chose the stainless steel. We have Jamie Tackett 606, thank you so much for the super chat. It is time go statement. It's time go statement. Absolutely. Oh, ha 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 ha. Yeah, I watched the movie as well. It's a fantastic movie. Thank you so much for the super chat. Amaze. We have Marcomi T1. Marcomi. Thank you so much for your super chat. I think the abort and the weather hold are good. Nice exercise for the mission team. Hard on Felix and Cris though. Get that gimbal. It looks surprisingly good for the $5,000 gimbal. Thank you so much, everybody. Yes, that's exactly what I thought as well, especially with V3 and the new pad. Doing this abort after the ignition is it's a very rare opportunity to exercise something you really don't get to exercise a lot. So now SpaceX knows that their onboard computers and the pad can handle an abort after the ignition. That's why I was so, oh yeah, there's the thing on the outside. That is likely the thing on the outside that he meant. See that? Right next to the S40 decal. Those are the orbital fueling docking drogues in this case, right? Yes, it's the drogue. The probe goes into the drogue. Those are likely not going to be used for the actual fuel transfer. They are there so that two starships can attach to each other in orbit. This is a non-functioning version that SpaceX is flying just to have the feature on the Starship, to be able to see how it changes the hull, how it changes the stability, how it changes the aerodynamic profile of the ship, and so on and so forth. So this isn't the real deal yet, I think, but it comes very close, and that's why they attach these already, even though they don't want to do any orbital refueling yet. It's preparation testing. If you can test it now, you'll have it tested 10 times before you actually use it. That's why that is attached there, and I presume that's what you meant. So those are the orbital fueling, docking, drogues, and probes, but the probes aren't there yet. So there you go again. So what was the problem?
Somehow my fiber connection just decided to quit on me and wanted to restart it. So it's working now.
That happens. Yeah, there you can see it again there, right under the oval, very elongated payload bay door. Right under it, in the middle, you see one of those manholes that I was talking about, and they have black covers at this point. These long elongated things are the raceways that I was talking about. That's the end cap of those raceways. And next to those, these round thingies are the two drogues for the orbital docking maneuvers. And they're already on so that SpaceX can test. If it's on there, they'll know how it behaves later on. That's why they do that. Smart. Andy Grover, thank you so much for your super chat. What is the bad thing that happens to the engines on a hard stop? I've heard it compared to a water hammer. Why were only 2 engines damaged on the abort instead of all of them? You rock. Okay, so that is a multifold thing. First of all, there is no confirmation out that the engines were damaged. There's just a confirmation out that they had to abort because engines didn't light. That doesn't mean damaged. What we saw on flight 11 is likely what you're trying to, or no, what we saw on the booster 19 static fire, that is likely what you're referring to, because then they had to abort a static fire, and during that abort, several engines got damaged and they had to replace them. The reason for that is simply, if a turbo pump runs, it produces a lot of pressure. It's called a turbo pump for a reason. It's not just a normal pump. It works like crazy. And that creates a lot of pressure that is normally used just to feed the combustion process of the engine. But if you shut that down really quick, because you have to abort fast, it can damage the engine. Valves can get damaged, lines can deform, all sorts of things can happen if you shut this process down too quickly. I compared it on the last stream to, if you imagine you would shut down your PC by unplugging it from the wall. You can do that a few times, and if you're lucky, it won't take much damage, but it will not like it. And that's the same with these fast aborts. And so sometimes engines don't like it, and then you have to maintain them. They're not completely destroyed, I think, but they at least need some maintenance. And the reason is solely the turbopump pressure. I'm very sure about that. If I'm wrong, please correct me in the chat, but I think that's very much the reason. Brad Courier, thank you so much for your super chat. Merch, please, cap with embroidered Raptor 3. Okay, will do.
Nice.
Noting that down right now. Give me a second. There we go. Cool. That's a good idea. We have Andrew Adar. Thank you so much for your super chat. In Swahili, when a community comes together to fund something, it is called Harambe, pronounced Harambe. For the stabilizer, every bit counts. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you. Even learning about other cultures. 3D Daniel, another one of these people that have been with us forever. He is a very talented 3D artist right now, very busy with his job training, it's not job training. I think you're pursuing a certificate. In English, you say it differently. In German, it's called Ausbildung. And I'm rooting for you. Fingers crossed that everything works out, and thank you so much for being here with us today. Hello, Felix. How are you? I finished my first apprenticeship year with a 2.4 average on the German scale, enjoying flight 13, soon 14.
Nice.
Nothing to add. Congratulations. Keep going. It's very much worth it. John Larrabee, 2089, thank you so much for your super chat. Thanks, Felix and team. I have watched every Starship flight through your channel. I am a retired liquid propulsion engineer, and I like to stay informed. SpaceX is doing some really innovative things. Well, maybe you could you, if you're still there, could you write in the chat if I was right about the quick abort, engine abort, if the pressure spikes are actually what harms the engines the most, because I am not 100% sure. And you might be more sure than I am. That would be very interesting to see. All right, I'll give you some time to write. If you're too busy, you don't have to, but I would appreciate a confirmation there, because that was just my speculation. Thank you so much. Red Loffin, thank you so much for your super chat. Sprichst du Deutsch mit deiner Familie? Ja, because I want my kids to not completely forget German. When we moved here, of course, they switched to English, and they did this dramatically quick. I have a sister and a brother that were born in the United States. My mother married twice. The first one was this classic GI. She met a GI after World War II, and she fell in love with him, and he was from New York, and they married, and she moved to the United States, had 2 kids with him, and then it didn't last forever. They got divorced again. And I am from the second marriage with a German father. But I've been in contact with English since very, very early, because of because half my family is from the United States. And so I taught our kids English in Germany way more than a school could possibly do. But even that wasn't enough for them to be completely fluent. And when they came to the United States, they just switched over to English like it was nothing. My youngest, Alexander, he was so young when he came over that he actually is losing his German, which I hate. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm talking to them in German a lot, which makes my brain go completely crazy, because you have to switch between 2 languages constantly, which is not easy. But there we go. Yes, so I do. Absolutely. IDF kills children. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your super chat.
Propellant load has begun.
Has it?
Sorry,
Can we zoom in?
Just got it on X from SpaceX.
Good. Another 6 minutes and they should be live as well. Okay, so we're another 5,000 people up. For everybody who has just joined us, we are watching SpaceX second launch attempt of Flight 13. We have a brand new version 3 Starship and a booster. This is the second flight of version 3 altogether. Version 3 has a lot of changes compared to version 2. So this is them testing the basics again. The goal for today's flight is to have a faster max Q in which they are going to image the Starship. That's the reason why they didn't fly yesterday, because it was absolutely cloudy. Today the weather looks good. They have 20 real Starlink satellites up top this time. The first time ever in a Starship launch, they have a real payload. 6 of those have cameras. It is going to be a spectacle. The booster is going to do a soft landing, and the tower starts spilling right now. So this is just before they start fueling. You see this little, it almost looks like water running down and then evaporating. That is because there is so much cryogenic liquid at that vent point. At this point, everything's stacked up and filled, that they should be starting fueling any second now, or they already have. Did he? Where? Can't see. Can you give me? Yeah. Okay. So the answer, thank you so much from the liquid propulsion engineer. It's cavitation and pressure. Exactly. That's the problem. So it is just, if you have to imagine that whole engine is working to press something down, and you're putting a hard lock in front of that. And that's what creates the damage. It's just, there's incredible amounts of force running through this engine. And if you shut that down too quickly, because you have to, it damages the engines. I'm so happy I was right with that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing that up, John. Okay. So this is it. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream. This is very important for us, and it is free for you. It gives the algorithm a signal to share it with more people. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe to the channel. It is very, very much appreciated. It helps us a lot. We're at 656,000 subscribers at this point, which is a bonkers number, and I would have never thought I'd reach that. And thank you so much for pushing us this far. Consider becoming a channel member for all sorts of extra content. SpaceX is about to go live. Okay, for everybody who hasn't had their super chat answered, we are going to do the speed run through all those. Thank you so much for donating for that stabilizer for Jordan. I'm pretty sure he's jumping around at Starbase right now. He's the loudest photographer on site. Thank you so much for doing this for us. It is very, very, very much appreciated. In 3 minutes, SpaceX should go online. I am extremely pumped. I don't know how you feel, Cris, but I'm already through the roof.
I actually start having sweaty palms, and I don't even ever get
Same.
that. It's incredible.
It's always the same thing. It is completely nuts. I'm just hoping that everything goes right for me today. There they go. This is the introduction video. For me today, the biggest thing to look for are the engines. They have been a problem throughout all the flights before. I think we have never had a flight where everything just lit.
I'm not sure.
Initially, never yes, had a flight where everything just lit throughout all the stages and everything just worked out. With Raptor 3, it is a kind of a new beginning because it is a radically slimmed down engine. And on flight 12, I think that was the biggest problem that SpaceX faced. So we can cross our fingers for the engines. I think we should put SpaceX full screen now. How about that? Because they're going to start talking very soon. See all the milestones they have already run through. These are booster catches we've already seen at Starbase, flight 15, absolutely amazing. Ships doing exactly what they were supposed to do, and the space the PEZ dispenser that deploys everything about the Starship is a new thing, a new approach, never seen before.
Starbase, Texas. It's 5:19 p.m. Texas time, and we are just over 31 and a half minutes away from Starship Flight 13, the second test flight of our next generation Starship, version 3. During our initial launch attempt last week, we had a clean countdown, loaded all propellant, and got all the way to engine ignition, where the vehicle executed a safe shutdown when its automated systems detected off-nominal startup on 4 engines. That safe shutdown ensured that both the vehicle and launch pad were kept safe. As we often say, the payload on these test flights is data, and even when we don't get off the ground, we learn some valuable lessons and improve from them. We're going to dig into the details of that in just a moment, but all of that to say is that we're here today and we're ready for our second launch attempt. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Manager of Quality Systems Engineering.
And I'm Nathan Commissary, a civil engineer here at SpaceX. Today we're coming to you live once again from just outside the Star Factory production floor, about 1.5 miles from the rocket on the pad.
Back in May, the first test flight of Starship version 3 delivered tons of data, and we'll be putting those learnings into practice today on Flight 2. All of this brings us one step closer to a fully and rapidly reusable vehicle, the key to enabling frequent flights to the Moon and Mars. Starship will also enhance Starlink's constellation and connectivity on Earth, the Moon, and beyond, while helping establish a network of AI data centers in space. Success on today's suborbital mission also opens the door for near-future orbital flights and our first attempt to catch ship on Tower 2 here at Starbase.
And this is an exciting day for the Starlink team as well, as we're planning to deploy 20 of the newest generation Starlink satellites. These sats aren't intended for operational use and will only be in space for about 20 minutes before demising. But during those 20 minutes, we're going to attempt to speedrun a bunch of tests. Things like deploying solar arrays, firing thrusters. We'll get into those a little bit later into the show.
Yeah, and what Starlink engineers learned today will be essential to deploying operational V3 satellites into the Starlink constellation on future Starship flights. These larger, more powerful next-generation satellites are designed to boost orbital capacity, strengthen the overall network, and deliver a noticeably better experience for our customers.
And as we've said before, Starship is a developmental program. What we're doing today is a test. We test in flight because it's the best way to rapidly iterate the design, and it's the best way to put the vehicle through its paces in the actual conditions it will experience during an operational mission.
Yeah, exactly. So while we have real Starlink satellites on board, the most important payload today is data. But no matter the outcome of today's test flight, excitement is once again guaranteed.
Now let's head a couple of
100%.
floors upstairs where Dan Hewitt is just outside the Launch Control Center. How's it going, Dan?
Hey, Nate. It is going great. Hi to you and Kate. Hello, everybody else. I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. Happy to be here with you for another launch day. As Kate noted, our first attempt to launch this flight test last Thursday ended early in a pad abort. Let's dig into that a little bit. So 4 of Super Heavy's 33 Raptor engines aborted at startup due to issues with their aux turbo pumps. Those rapidly pressurize and feed liquid oxygen into the engine for combustion. For those of you that like to pay real close attention to the on-screen telemetry, you saw this at T0 during that first attempt. We command the engines to start up simultaneously. You get some slight differences as the engine adapts in real time, but you saw 4 not light up. So 4 out of 33, what exactly happened? We have a launch constraint built in where we can only be down 2 Raptor engines at liftoff. So the vehicle detected more than that, we're out. Automatically aborted before the final T0, safely shut down all of the engines that started up. We dug through the data, and what we saw was some off-nominal spin response in the aux turbo pumps on 6 of the engines. So the most likely root cause was determined. We were collecting some moisture inside of the pumps from previous operations, which then froze when we introduced that cryogenic propellant, and that either slowed those pumps down or stopped them completely from spinning. So for this next flight attempt, we swapped in 6 engines that were already at Starbase, and we did a test back on Wednesday that allowed us to check out the newly installed engines and spin the aux pumps on all 33 after they were chilled, check out their performance before we got into another launch attempt. We pulled a bunch of those engines off, as we said. We tested one on a test stand up at McGregor, helped screen for any other issues that might be hiding, and that one was actually able to do a full booster ascent burn. So got us in a good position for today. Even though we didn't get off the pad last week, we learned about the engines, the prop systems, how they perform in the flight environment. Already going to drive some changes to make Starship more reliable. We also got a real-world test of an abort that's designed to take place at one of the most critical, dynamic phases of flight. We safely shut down 29 running Raptor engines, safeguarded the vehicle and the pad. A mountain of work goes into designing aborts. You've got software, hardware engineers just dreaming up bad day scenarios, how we want the vehicle to respond just to give us the best possible path to maximize safety, preserve the mission and the hardware, so we're able to do that. All right, that was then.
Good.
This is now Flight 13's second attempt. So things are looking really good at the moment. Just behind me here is the Launch Control Center. Everybody's on console, looking at the systems on board the vehicle and on the pad as we count down to liftoff. Propellant load is underway. We slipped a little bit into our window as we waited for some last couple of things to settle out, and we are targeting a liftoff at 5:51 p.m. Central Time. Weather today, you can see we've got blue skies. We're going to do a little weather corner here for a second because we were originally attempting to fly yesterday, and we didn't because of, we said, weather. I want to be clear, the cause of not flying was visibility. It had nothing to do with launch weather constraints. One of the key goals of this flight is to get very clear imagery of the tiles on Starship as we're flying it at a higher dynamic pressure. You can't do that when you have clouds completely obscuring your view through all of those critical phases of ascent. We're actually capable and legally allowed to launch into lightning because we've done a ton of testing, unique testing, analysis, studying aircraft capabilities, and it's designed because that's ultimately the cadence we want to fly at, like an airplane. We're going to utilize that new capability carefully, but we're very aware if we want to fly Starship as often as you could fly an airplane, you're going to have to fly in weather that historically would keep rockets on the ground. So we're doing that analysis, we're doing that testing to prepare for the future. Aside from weather, we're watching the range, both in the Gulf right here off Starbase and in the Indian Ocean. That's currently green. And we are not tracking any vehicle or pad issues that will preclude a launch today. Speaking of the pad, that launch infrastructure, it's every bit as complicated as the rocket itself. It's designed to operate in some of the most extreme conditions on Earth. In case you missed it, we had some pretty cool insight into what it takes to launch the most powerful rocket on the planet in the second episode of our ongoing documentary, Starship.
Very good documentary.
When we're only a week out from flight, my main focus is getting into flight. The thing that separates us from a lot of other companies is that we test fast and we test often, and that includes launches. We want to make sure the vehicle's all ready to go. We want to make sure the ground's all ready to go, but we also don't want to be caught in analysis paralysis.
Our main objective today is a 10-engine static fighter. Aboard. On LVN1, looks like we kicked out due to 2 combustors from the apex being pelted.
There was a pad side abort called. These things were holding like 5,000–6,000 tons of propellant plus the rocket weight. And it's like, okay, well, why didn't you guys simulate that? It's like, well, because we didn't have anything that weighed that much. Like, this is the first time we put anything on it that weighed that much. So there's just so much that you have to think about and be very paranoid on.
Then be very paranoid on, exactly.
We kicked out early. All teams triage alerts, prepare for offloading.
We actually had another pad abort on the diverter.
Basically, right during engine firing, it was so much noise and vibration that it actually shook the sensors that are located out in this area enough that they were aborted us out of the test.
Yeah, perfect example for our first test, showing things that you didn't think of.
We went back, obviously, afterwards and looked at all the data and tried to come up with smarter ways to basically still protect the integrity of the diverter throughout the operation while changing our parameters so that we were making sure that we would not abort again.
A flame diverter is like a super simple concept that is like not at all complicated in operation and is just absolutely murderous in the details. These are extremely sophisticated thermal load sensing devices. If they turn into melted metal slag, then you know that you got too much heat. If you melt this, you're hotter than aluminum melts. If you melt this, you're hotter than zinc melts. If you melt this, you're hotter than copper melts. If you melt this, you're hotter than Sharpie melts. So we're sub-Sharpie.
We're sub-Sharpie.
We have all of this mass flow, all of this energy that is just absolutely trying to obliterate our pad. We want to give it a thing to obliterate to keep from obliterating the things that we care about. And the thing we give it is water. The amount of energy that water can absorb is like miraculous. And so if you can get high enough pressure water in the right places and just allow it to flash boil that water, then it solves a lot of the problems for you. Like, the idea is that the steel never gets that hot. The structures never get that hot because the water absorbs all that energy, turns to steam, and everything's okay.
So for this flame deflector on pad 2, we're sitting somewhere in the neighborhood of about 650,000 gallons per minute. That's approximately in the range of about like one entire Olympic swimming pool being drained in the course of a minute.
For Europeans, that's 2.4 million liters.
You're trying to look into this thing and you see how glowing hot it is. It's just, yeah, a pretty impossible environment to keep something happy in. But, and you zoom in and the flame deflector's still there. So that's the reason we build those things.
Putting the rocket into human terms is something really tough. 65,000 pounds per second of propellant that is coming out of the engines. And again, just like 18 million pounds of thrust, like, what does that number mean? I think of like 11 Ford F-150 trucks per second just zipping out of the bottom of the rocket. It's like, imagine if you had the world's biggest machine gun, except for instead of shooting bullets, it was shooting pickup trucks, and it's just firing 11 pickup trucks per second out of the bottom of the rocket. It's like, do you think your stuff could survive that?
Nope.
And it is so satisfying to watch the slow motion
20
flame
minutes.
diverter shots.
Right, and just hear all the exciting stories of how we tackle these problems out here in Starbase. Super exciting.
Yeah. And by the way, if that looks like fun to you, come join our team. We are seeking scrappy problem solvers to help us build the future. Okay, let's go meet the rocket out on the pad, Starship version 3. It's the most powerful rocket ever developed and ever flown.
And it's also the tallest at just over 407 feet tall, fully stacked. It is massive. Standing at the base and looking up is like looking up at a 40-story building. Incredible.
Yes, it's a two-stage rocket. Both stages are designed to return to Earth and fly again, making that thing that you see on your screen the first fully reusable rocket ever. The bottom half, or the first stage, is the Super Heavy booster. That's the silver part. It's powered by 33 of our newest iteration, you see them there on your screen now, Raptor 3 engines. They run on liquid methane and oxygen, and this version of Raptor provides a significant increase in thrust. with that additional thrust, as you can see here by these comparisons, the version that we're launching today, version 3 on the far right, that version of Starship gets off the pad much faster than our previous versions. The one on the far left is, I believe, is actually our Flight 1 footage, and in comparison, they really just go.
Yeah.
Yep. And now Super Heavy has 3 grid fins, which you can think of as aerodynamic rudders. You see them on your screen now. They help steer during landing. They're 50% larger than on previous booster versions and are designed to support rapid reuse and a more stable atmospheric reentry.
I love that shot there. And at the top of the booster, we've got the hot stage adapter. It's designed to protect the booster during separation, and now it's fully integrated for reusability.
And stacked right above that is our upper stage of the rocket, or stage 2. It's what we call ship. It's powered by 6 Raptor engines, 3 optimized to sea level performance, and 3 for the vacuum of space.
Ship's design could one day enable point-to-point transfer on Earth, meaning you could travel anywhere on the planet in an hour or less. Sounds pretty great to me.
Sounds awesome.
It's designed to carry massive orbital payloads, both cargo and crew, to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond.
And for the first time, we are carrying real Starlink V3 satellites to space. For more on that, let's head out to California, where Tyler is standing by with the team in Hawthorne. How's it going, Tyler?
We're doing great over here, Nate. Thank you both. I'm Tyler Lionquist, and I'm a Starlink business analyst here at SpaceX. Now, for those of you who have been following along, the Starlink version 3 satellites have been designed to take full advantage of Starship's payload capacity. And we're going to get our first look at those satellites today. The Starlink V3 is our next-gen satellite, and it includes meaningful increases in capacity, data density, and power generation. So we'll be adding around 20 times the capacity into the constellation on each Starship mission as compared to the version 2 satellites that we launch on Falcon. And that means that we'll be able to serve more people all around the world and with increasingly better high-speed internet. Like all Starlink satellites, the V3s are built at Starlink's site in Redmond, Washington, where we already build more satellites than anyone else in the world today. Now, the V3 sats are designed to support 1 terabit per second of downlink and 160 gigabits per second of uplink capacity. That's approximately a 10 times improvement in downlink capacity and around a 22 times increase in uplink capacity from the version 2 Starlink satellite. Serving this capacity to and from customers are the satellite's upgraded phased array antennas. The upgraded phased arrays are fed by SpaceX's in-house developed chips that were designed to serve customers more efficiently in both densely and sparsely populated regions simultaneously. And each Starlink V3 satellite is also equipped with 6 high-capacity 400 gigabit space lasers. Now, these 6 lasers will allow high-bandwidth traffic to flow uninterrupted between any 2 points in the world with redundant paths across a petabit laser mesh network. And if that wasn't enough, the V3s will carry 4 quad-band radio frequency backhaul antennas. And these will take advantage of the Ka, E, V, and W communication bands, allowing for an 8 times improvement in supported capacity compared to the V2 sats. And that's a lot of growth in capacity and capability. And as such, the new satellite design requires more power. So the solar arrays on V3 will generate approximately twice as much power as the current arrays that we fly on the V2 satellites. And they're also optimized to reduce drag in the lower orbital altitudes in which these new satellites will operate. But before we operationalize these satellites, we want to put them in a flight-like environment. These satellites were loaded into Starship last week ahead of that first attempt. And once deployed, the Starlink team will only have about 20 minutes of flight to speed run some of these tests before the sats demise in the atmosphere. The team will attempt to run tests such as extending the new solar arrays and antennas, connecting with ground stations, and turning on the satellite's communication systems. And this is all part of SpaceX's iterative process to technology advancement. From the very beginning, Starlink was designed to scale rapidly and improve continuously. From production to launch and ground infrastructure, Starlink is uniquely positioned to keep pace with rising demand around the world. In fact, just last week, we rolled out the next generation Starlink kit, the V5, which is built for reliable, high-speed home internet.
This is what funds the entire project. Yeah. We're very much looking forward to getting these at Starbase. Less power consumption.
All right, you heard from Tyler. A lot of work going on with Starlink. We've also started development on an entirely new satellite constellation, StarMind, our AI satellites. I got to sit down with Elon and Starlink's director of satellite engineering, Ian Dahl. We covered a whole bunch of stuff, really focused on what are the 3 limiting factors to making data centers in space a reality. First one we talked about was mass to orbit. That's where Starship comes in. We're going to need megatons into low Earth orbit, and we're going to be combining its full reusability and the really big payload capacity to launch the number of satellites that we're talking about, because we plan to deploy up to 1 million AI satellites, and those are going to function as those orbital data centers using Starship for the high volume, low cost launches. A couple of really key reasons why moving data centers to space has advantages over building them here on Earth, which gets into our second limiting factor, which is power generation. It's always sunny in space. Satellites can harness that sun, that near constant solar energy, which is really going to be the only way to scale if AI continues to grow at the pace that we see, especially when you contrast it with all of the challenges that you have here on Earth. Within about 2 to 3 years, we believe space-based AI compute is going to become the lowest cost option as those launch costs continue to drop and Earth-based constraints continue to grow. It's going to just transform how Earth powers AI, unlocks the future. And then our third limiting factor that we got to go figure out is going to be chips, and we got to do that fast. And that's what we're doing with TerraFab. That's going to be the most epic chip building effort ever. Not just churning out really cool advanced chips, but also building a massive scale location to do it. We're talking 100 million square feet, so about 10 Tesla gigafactories. All of this together sounds a bit fantastical, a bit out there, but these are real steps that we are taking right now that are going to set us up to eventually become a galactic civilization. That sounds really cool. I mean, harnessing meaningful amounts of power from the sun, supporting all of those AI applications that are going to change our daily lives, and making humanity a multi-planetary species. If you want to learn more, you can watch the full conversation on our website. Hopefully a link appears on the screen. If not, go look up StarMind. So the future is looking pretty sweet, but first things first, we've got Flight 13 ahead. Let's jump down to Kate and Nate for what's ahead.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, the future is built on progressive steps like today's test. So let's dive into the flight profile that we're going to see today.
That's right. We've got an exciting day in store. So starting with liftoff, Super Heavy will ignite those 33 Raptor 3 engines right off of Pad 2 here in Starbase. We will then power through ascent ahead of hot stage separation, where the booster will shut down all but 5 engines at the bottom. Stage 2 will then light its own Raptor engines, pushing off from Super Heavy and starting our stage separation maneuver known as hot staging. We will then have the directional booster flip using 33 engines, and after coasting for a few minutes, the booster today will target a landing burn and ocean splashdown a few miles off the coast of Starbase.
Ship is going to keep the party going with its ascent burn to a suborbital trajectory, followed by deployment of those 20 Starlink V3 satellites. We also plan to relight a single Raptor engine. Reentry is just a few minutes later, which should provide some amazing views thanks to Starlink. And typically we see some pretty fantastic views of the ship's blistering reentry through the Earth's atmosphere. A plasma blanket will form around the vehicle and never prevails to provide epic scenes. And lastly, we'll conclude today's test with a landing flip, a landing burn, and a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. And with that, let's kick it over to Dan for a countdown update.
Thanks, Kate. Good news. We just heard from the flight director. We are T-minus 10 minutes. We're a little bit past that now, not tracking any issues for launch today. Range continues to be green. Our range team hard at work, making sure we're clear out in the Gulf and in the Indian Ocean, where we're going to be sending the Starship. Weather continues to be gorgeous. Again, no clouds. We scrubbed our attempt yesterday, or didn't even try yesterday, because we had such poor visibility. Weren't going to be able to see those tiles on the way up. That's a key kind of experiment objective for this flight today. And so we're looking really good with weather today. In the future, we'll see what kind of adverse weather we can fly into. We are capable and allowed to launch into lightning, but we're going to utilize that new capability carefully as we eventually continue to evolve Starship to fly it at an airplane-like cadence. You can see the prop load there on your screen. We're just about closed out on the main tanks on the ship. We just started propellant load in the header tanks on Starship. Those are the two smaller ones up top that we'll hopefully be using for the in-space burn and a landing burn at the end of its mission. We started loading our propellant at about T-minus 35 minutes today, and we're going to continue all the way down until we're inside 3 minutes to launch. We'll close out at about T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds on booster, and then 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the ship. So at the moment, we're looking good. That launch time, 5:51 p.m. Central, a couple of minutes into our window today. So we'll be back real soon. Toss it back down to Kate and Nate.
Thanks, Dan.
Come on.
Recently, NASA announced the astronauts for the upcoming Artemis 3 mission. The Artemis 3 mission is a crewed demonstration mission in low Earth orbit designed to demonstrate critical systems needed for future lunar landings. Astronauts Andre Douglas, Luca Parmitano, Randy Bresnik, and Frank Rubio, as seen there on your screen, they will crew the mission, and it's slated for 2027.
It's a great crew, and it's also the penultimate mission, the final test before Artemis 4 attempts to put astronaut boots back on the moon for the first time since 1972. We'll be launching a Starship with a docking port on the nose so we can practice rendezvous and docking with the crew. And one key test objective comes after docking, where we will be able to test out maneuverability of the vehicles together while in space. This has the new importance as the revamped plan for lunar landings used Starship to do the burn, sending astronauts to the moon from Earth orbit.
And one other cool ad, NASA is putting 2 SpaceX mini lasers on Orion to connect it to our Starlink constellation with the goal of enabling 4K imagery and video from the spacecraft while in space. So that's going to be pretty awesome to see.
Awesome views for sure.
Yeah, there's lots of excitement planned for next year as we all work together to send humans back to the moon. And speaking of sending humans to space, former SpaceXer and current NASA astronaut Anil Menon is actually up on the space station right now as part of Expedition 74.
Oh, wow.
And he captured these sweet photos of Starbase during an ISS flyover. Hi, Anil. We're all waving back at you, buddy. It's awesome to see the whole picture here as there's lots of facility and infrastructure development going on. But Starbase isn't alone on that front.
Yeah, it changes every day.
Yeah.
But talking about other locations, work is well underway in Florida to get pads 39A and Slick 37A ready for future Starship launches potentially later this year. Starship launches from Cape Canaveral are key to hit the necessary launch cadence to get back to the moon, build a moon base, head to Mars, all the exciting stuff ahead in the future.
Yeah, exactly. And that future gets closer and closer with tests like today's flight. And with that, we are just under 6 minutes until launch. So that brings us to terminal count. Excitement is definitely getting traction down here as the crowd is gathering just behind us on the lawn outside, and happy to say, still not a cloud in the sky. Dan, how are things up at Mission Control?
Things are still looking really good, Kate. We are still not tracking any holds on the board, no issues with the vehicle or with the pad. Our range continues to be green, both in the Gulf and out in the Indian Ocean for flight today. We'll continue monitoring that all the way down into the final minutes. We are going to be closing out our propellant loading on the booster and the ship within the next 3 minutes. We're going to have about 11.5 million pounds of liquid oxygen and liquid methane on both of those stages once we're all done. Then it'll be time for the pad to essentially ready itself, where we clear out all of the prop that's been flowing through feed lines up into the launch mount, up into the tower. Those go back into the propellant farm, get it ready, and we'll do those final thrust vector control, those steering checks as we get a little bit closer. If we need to hold that hold time, it's new for this launch, and we saw it briefly on our attempt last week. That hold is set at T-minus 60 seconds now. That's where we can pause, we can wait. If we need to just kind of hang out for any pressurizations, anything like that to clear, we've got a couple of minutes to hang there. We will only hold if there's an issue, and we're not tracking any holds on the board right now.
That's right. Now, once T-minus 60 seconds passes, a number of events will occur in rapid succession. Both the ship and booster will configure their comm systems for flight, and they will rapidly run leak checks on gas and fluid tanks. Meanwhile, the booster will be going into internal power, and its engines will get their final priming for launch. Those ship engines will also begin their ascent bleed profile, and it will arm its automatic flight safety system. There's a lot of mechanical activations on the tower side as well, with one critical step being unlatching of the quick disconnect, feeding propellant into the ship.
And once T-minus 60 seconds has passed, we still have the ability to rapidly recycle the count under certain conditions back to that T-minus 60 seconds point and hold there to assess what happened and if teams can proceed once again to T0. There's an estimated 5 to 8 minutes of hold time, and that's largely driven by the propellant temperatures that we see on the vehicle while holding. The flame diverter on pad 2, you can see it there at the base of Starship. That activates at T-minus 17 seconds. Now, if we trigger a hold after T-minus 17 seconds, that will result in a scrub for the day, as we've already turned on the water. Now, for those that have just recently tuned in, once again, our primary test objectives for today's test flight includes a successful liftoff, stage separation. We also plan to deploy 20 Starlink V3 satellites. We have real satellites on board. We expect to have about 20 minutes of available time to speed run some tests and really allow the Starlink engineers to put them to the test in that time.
That's right, and we also have the soft splashdowns planned for both the booster and the ship. Going to be super exciting to see if we can return those safely back, so that way we can get ready for tower catches again.
And just a quick check-in, we got our final green light from the range, not tracking any issues on ascent or out in the Indian Ocean for entry. Good. So that was kind of the final go for flight that we wait for in these final minutes. Prop load now closing out on both vehicles. We have no holds on the board. Again, that
2 minutes.
We've got that gate at T-minus 1 minute. We're only going to hold if there's a reason, and currently there are no reasons.
2 minutes.
Coming up here in a few seconds, we should have, actually right there we can see on screen, that's the base of the Super Heavy booster. Those are the 33 Raptor engines, and we expect to see and there they go, the TVC checkouts, also known as engine wiggles. We're activating those thrust vector control actuators to ensure that those center engines and the inner radius as well have the ability to steer the rocket.
Yep, super cool to see how fast those move. I mean, in flight, it's amazing to see how it steers the vehicle. And we're coming up on that T-minus 1 minute now on our countdown, so let's listen in to see if we pass that gate.
Come on. Let's do this. Oh. Thank you for watching this with us. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, we are through the gate. Still no holds on the board. 50 seconds to go.
We're counting down.
Starship getting ready to fly.
45 seconds. Oh boy. All right, now you can have the hype train going. This is the final phase. Oh, every time this is like a thriller. Come on, you can do this.
Flight trajectories go for launch.
Here we go. 20 seconds. Come on, let's go. Let's have that hype train lifted up. Here we go.
-9.
Value system.
8, 7.
Here goes.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes! Yes! We have the move! We have the move! Okay, we're on the road. We are on the road. Yeah, look at how fast it clears the tower. They want to do a fast and execute this line.
It's
already halfway.
Booster Raptor chamber pressure's nominal.
Wow! Look at those ones.
30 seconds into flight. 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on the Super Heavy booster, arcing away from us here at Starbase.
Beautiful. And watching that live is unforgettable. If you ever can, go do it.
Coming up on Max Q, maximum aerodynamic pressure, which again for this flight is going to be higher than it has been on any of our previous Starship flights.
See a nice vapor cone forming. So this is the one moment where they look for anything that falls.
So we're passing through that maximum aerodynamic pressure over a minute now into flight. Still seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit and burning. Our next major moment's going to be coming up in just a little over a minute from now when we're going to get to hot staging. We're going to shut down all but 5 of those engines on the booster. It's our version of MECO. Most engines cut off. And then we're going to ignite the 6 engines on the ship while it is still attached to do that separation. As a reminder, we try to do a directional flip, so when you watch on your screen, we're hopefully going to be sending that booster towards the bottom of the frame. For the booster itself, it's like doing a flip up. It'll go towards the bottom of your frame. We do that by lighting the engines in a slightly staggered sequence.
It goes straight up.
Standing by for hot staging.
Come on. Wow, the camera. In the engine bay of the booster during hot staging.
All but 5 engines down.
Except
6 ignite.
Backburn startup.
Good engines on the ship. Good engines on the booster, it looks like.
And the booster now doing its boost back burn. It looks like we lit all 33 initially. Now we're down to 13.
Yes.
We're seeing 6 out of 6 Raptors lit on the ship.
This is so good. Ah, it does exactly what it's supposed to do. Oh, this feels so good.
Shutdown.
Okay. I am very happy to see this. For everybody, this was a clean burn
shut down. So it looks like we were able to get through the boost back burn this time around. It was one of the key objectives we didn't have on the last flight. And we've got 6 engines lit on the ship.
Okay. This looks fantastic.
All right, so that's the first of 2 burns that the booster is going to be doing to kind of send it back towards us. It's going to be landing a couple of miles offshore from Starbase, hopefully. We're going to try and get it all the way down to do a landing burn, where we're going to use those 13 center engines. They're going to ignite. That's what's going to really bleed off all that velocity that it's built up. And it'll eventually, hopefully, transition to 5 engines to kind of fine-tune its path in, and then all the way down to 3 for the remaining bit.
I'm so happy right now.
All right, we've got a couple of minutes to go until we get there. So booster's going to coast for a little bit. Ship still seeing 6 out of 6 Raptor engines lit. 4 minutes into the flight. Ship's got about 4 minutes left. Getting some killer views. Kate, Nate, how was the view from down there?
That's the
it was incredible. I mean, it just shot off the pad, and seeing all the crowd now running back inside to take views on the screen here, it was amazing.
Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna learn to not stare at the engines, because now I have a bright blob in my vision. But now, speaking of vision, we could see both stages there on your screen. Starship's second stage is still firing its engines. You can follow along with that with the GUI down on the bottom right-hand side of your screen.
You can
still
see
following
the
planned flight path
as
well. Beautiful views of planet Earth there behind the ship.
Beautiful engine plumes. Look at those engine plumes on the ship.
That's right, and we're actually getting a live shot off the booster right now, an onboard camera.
Oh my God.
You can see the plume from Starbase where it just lifted off 5 minutes ago.
Starship on nominal trajectory.
Oh, this is
We are there.
We are there. That is us.
I kind of want to run back outside and wave.
Right. Now, again, this booster is not planning to come back to the tower or to launch site for this particular launch. We are going to be planning to do an ocean splashdown just off the coast of Starbase. So hoping to still get some amazing views of that.
This looks amazing. I'm sorry for talking so much, but I'm so inspired
Pretty
by
awesome to
these
see
crystal
the
clear
Raptor
views.
engines there on the
Incredible.
left-hand side of your screen. We can actually see the plume there of those center Raptors. Those are the sea level ones, as well as the vacuum Raptors are the 3 on the larger ones on the outer radius.
Show the booster. Show the booster. Show the booster. Show the booster. Come on. Show the booster.
Now, just like on tower catches, we are going to be doing a 13-engine landing burn to slow the booster down. Hopefully, we can get a live camera of the booster right now as we're going into that phase. Yeah! Awesome shot. You can see it there. So right now, the booster is using their 3 hypersonic grid fins to guide itself through the atmosphere toward its landing site. You can see we're only 5 kilometers above the sea right here.
Startup.
Come on. Oh.
Just heard the call out for landing burn startup for the booster.
That doesn't look like a nominal pattern there, does it? I don't know. Is it? I have no clue. Come on.
I have a feeling the crowd's about to go wild here.
That wasn't a splashdown.
And another awesome landing for Super Heavy. Congratulations to all the teams here at Starbase and at our SpaceX team. An amazing, amazing view.
Wow. Okay, so again, engine relight problems.
Everything continues to go well with ship, relight. As you can see there on your screen.
But it made it to its target zone, which is important for any sort of investigation.
Yeah, we've got about a minute left with the ship engines on. Just looking at the booster real quick, it didn't look like we lit all 13 engines that we were planning for that initial landing burn. We were targeting a softer splashdown, and as you saw, it came in with quite a bit of velocity still. So landing velocity did look a little bit high, but really cool to make it all the way back this time to landing burn. We'll dig in, figure out how to turn on all those engines, and then get to a full landing soon. But all eyes on ship. We are just a little ways away from getting those engines turned off. We expect it to burn about 8 minutes and change in, so hopefully just about 15 minutes to go. Sounds like we just got the sonic boom from the boosters.
Yeah, we sure
You heard that in the background?
Awesome. The booster splashdown.
Nice.
And engine shutdown.
Here we go. We have arrived in our coast phase. Oh, this is good to see. Okay, so the ship is absolutely nominal so far.
All right, Starship 6 Raptor engines have successfully shut down.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And there's our call out for nominal orbit insertion. So we got a ship in space. We've got a booster in the Gulf where we were planning to send it. It's a hell of a start to the day, Kate.
Yeah, it sure is. All of our colleagues here are filing in through the doors. A lot of people wanted to stay outside and hear the boom. And so it's pretty great to see a ship in space, and everybody's super excited down here.
That's right. And as guaranteed, it has been an awesome day so far. All this action in just 9 minutes now. And objectives are done for the booster. Just want to quickly flag that that booster did land in a clear zone. We clear those before launch, well ahead, so that we ensure everyone is safe before the launch and after. So we're getting ready now for our in-space objectives.
Yeah, we've got a few minutes until the next milestone. So sit tight and enjoy the space views and, of course, the space jams. We'll be back here at T+14 minutes to deploy our payload, which is 20 of our newest Starlink version 3 satellites. So we'll see you soon.
Okay. We have 4.5 minutes. Put the volume down of the space vibes here. I'm wondering if some of those black dots that I just saw flying away were heat tiles. I'm hoping not. To recap what we just saw, baby, we're in space. This was absolutely amazing. It was an incredible ascent. It was we had crystal clear views of everything going on during hot staging, including views from inside the engine bay of the booster, and you saw those colored stripes. I am going to talk about those in the upcoming episode. It's a very interesting topic. We saw a view from inside the engine bay of the ship. We saw them separate. We saw everything work out. The flip went well this time. It went into the right direction, which was a problem on flight 12 as well. That worked out beautiful up until the third relight of the booster engines. So first light is, or second relight. First lighting is during ignition. Second is during hot staging. The third, the boost back burn, and the third is the landing burn. And the landing burn did not want to work. There were several problems there. That ignition pattern looked very erratic. to say the least. It could be a sensor glitch, but it took the speed the booster hit the water with tells us that there weren't enough engines. We have the ship in space. If you're wondering why the camera occasionally is tilting like this, it's because it's on a flap. So whenever they move the flaps, and they move both forward and aft flaps into a closed position, and then they move them back out, likely just to test if they still move, because they need that for re-entry. And so you see the camera moving, and I am so happy right now. Even though the booster did not do a soft landing in the Gulf, which tells us again, Raptor 3 or whatever it is related to needs some work still. But the ship is in space, and the ship is going to perform all these things now, because this looks like a rather nominal coast phase. In another 2 minutes or 3 minutes from now, SpaceX is going to be back for the payload deploy. I don't know how you feel, but wow, this was incredible. We're at 64,000 people watching right now. Everybody, please give it up for SpaceX. This is absolutely incredible what they're doing out there. This is why the entire world is following this crazy program, because it isn't just a normal rocket, and we've seen it once more. Ship 40 is in space and coasting. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream and subscribe, because it helps us a lot. Cris, do you want to come on here real quick to reflect about what you saw there? Oh.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that a skyscraper can accelerate at this rate. It absolutely
cleared the tower like a New Year's rocket.
Yeah. And then the new cameras. I mean, this kind of crystal clear image on a moving thing, and a thing that's moving at like bullet speed. It's absolutely flabbergasting. It's insane.
Fantastic. We even got a view of the booster going down. Like first we had one at 80, 70, 60 kilometers height, and then we got another one at what, 15 or so, all the way down to the splashdown, and you could tell that it was way too fast. So there was some, but that's the only problem so far, is final relight of the booster engines. That of course needs to be something fixed before they do another booster catch. And I do believe it's related to Raptor 3. I mean, it might be related to the fuel manifold, which could be another culprit, but I think it's a Raptor 3. We'll see. Yep. We'll see. This keeps future launches very exciting.
Yeah, and we sure got data. That's the thing. We got down there, we got data through all the phases, so this is going to help a lot.
Somebody just said I look like an expecting father waiting. That's what I said before the launch. It's really, it gets to me. I know it's strange, but I'm feeling during these launches, I'm feeling like I'm the chief engineer and everything rests on my shoulders. It's because I'm analyzing everything that happens at Starbase. Every little screw is being turned and investigated, and you become emotional with these rockets.
That will get underway after we open the payload door in just about a minute. Now, for those of you that perhaps missed the
Let's enjoy the show.
Minutes, this is the second flight of Starship version 3. This is flight 13. It lifted off. It had a beautiful ascent as well as a ship ignition and stage separation. It was literally picture perfect from here at Starbase.
Picture perfect. And then we continued with that booster hot stage separation. Amazing to see some live replays of that. And, of course, the booster performing its own boost back and landing.
Yeah. Ship continued for about 8 minutes with all 6 of its engines and made it to second engine cutoff.
Oh, what's wrong? It wasn't me.
Nope.
I didn't touch anything. Fixing it. Give us a second. There you go.
Yep.
The door will be opening here in just about 6 seconds from now. Now, we won't have the same views as we did on Flight 12 of our payload. We don't have those cameras on board Starship version 3s. That was a Dodger Dog exclusive, but we will be able to see them deploy from the ship.
I heard something different. I heard them say they're on 6 of the satellites. Well, we'll see what happens. We're very close to payload deploy. Keep an eye open for this because, as I said, it's a different thing to have.
Kate said we should see the door open up really soon if we haven't quite gotten it open already. We've got 20 of these Starlink V3 satellites. Looks like the PEZ door is open.
They're not showing an internal view.
And so,
interesting.
Yeah, this is the first time we've got Starlink V3 satellites getting ready to go into space. And I mean, these things are really just kind of crazy upgrades that they're going to bring to the network, where you start talking about just symmetric gigabit speeds through the Starlink network pretty much anywhere on the planet that this is going to unlock. So really exciting. These satellites are only going to be in space for about 20 minutes.
Symmetric gigabit speeds anywhere on the planet. That is what V3 means.
Sorry about that. These will only be in space for about 20 minutes, as they're on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship itself. This is essentially just giving us a chance to try and run as many tests as possible, deploy the solar arrays, antennas, whatever we can on these vehicles. We are intentionally being a little scrappy with it. They might be playing some bumper cars once they're out of the door, but we are looking to get these deployed over the next couple of minutes. In the meantime, they're getting ready to also do the Raptor in-space relight. Listening to a little bit of conversation on that, but we are currently tracking to do it. I'll give you some updates if we hear otherwise.
Here it goes. Okay, cool. Here it goes.
There you go.
Number one.
You can see our first Starlink V3 getting deployed out of Starship. Huge milestone for the team out here.
Yeah, the crowd is definitely hyped about this. We could see these Starlink V3s continuing to pop out with deployment assisted by the PEZ dispenser. Now, this version of Starship is built to deploy up to 60 of these more advanced Starlink version 3 satellites. Each V3 is designed to offer 1 terabit per second of downlink capacity. Now, let's put that into Falcon 9 terms real quick. A Starship launch with V3 satellites will launch 20 times the capacity into the constellation as a single launch of V2 satellites on Falcon 9. Just incredible.
And anybody that follows Starship, you know that the views that we're being treated to right now, the views we get during those reentries, that's made possible by Starlink. It's given us just this unprecedented look into Starship as it's flying through space, hurtling through the atmosphere. It's powering the dozens of cameras we have on board. It's giving us real-time data on every system that's telemetered on board that vehicle in real time. We use the exact same constellation to power all of our cameras that we have out in the field here in the Indian Ocean. So really powerful technology for just connecting you no matter where the heck you are on the planet, off the planet. So thank you, Starlink, for letting me watch this stuff as we fly through space. It's pretty awesome. We get about 240 megabits per second of data rate off Starship, which everybody in the spaceflight community knows that's pretty insane when you're usually dealing with single digits on some of the older systems. So gives you a lot of insight, gives you a lot of ability to just rapidly iterate, know what the heck happened when things go wrong. But looks like we're seeing some more satellites get out the door. We do have cameras on some of them. The last couple that are going to go out are going to try and do the Heatshield imaging that we attempted last flight. We don't have that camera view that we got on Flight 12 where you kind of see the satellite leaving Starship. Those aren't on the V3 satellites, but we are going to, on the last couple that go out, have some pretty narrow field view cameras that are going to be looking back at Starship, turn on some flashlights. And this is a test of a capability that we're really going to want when we start doing orbital flights, to just add that extra layer of safety, that extra layer of reliability, where we're going to be able to image Starship's heat shield after it's gone through ascent, after it's been in space, before it re-enters. So we're going to try to test that again today. The heat shield imaging, we didn't get a whole lot last time. Ooh, looks like we got some thunderstorms on planet Earth below us. But a couple more satellites to go, it looks like.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome to see our V3s in space. I want to give a shout out to our Starlink colleagues. And we expect payload deploy to run until about 27.5 minutes, so about another 7 minutes here. The Starlink team will be attempting to speed run these tests, or speed run test these version 3 satellites, where they will attempt to do a few tests such as extend the new solar arrays and antennas. They're also going to try and connect these V3 satellites with ground stations and turn on the satellite's communication systems. Well, they're only going to have about 20 minutes or so to do all of this, as these satellites only have that long before they demise in the atmosphere or break up due to that friction when they re-enter the atmosphere. So what we learn from today's deployment will help progress and move the program forward, which is super exciting. You could basically say that the payload's payload is data. That's right. We're getting very Inception here. Now, in addition to those tests for Starlink, for the Starlink team, as Dan mentioned, 6 of the satellites have been modified with engineering cameras to help scan Starship's Heatshield. That will help inform our analysis of Starship's readiness for future catch returns back here at our launch site. So for those that might be unfamiliar, we are currently capable of catching our super heavy booster, and we've done that a couple of times. We have not yet attempted to catch our second stage or ship, and so that is going to be a very exciting milestone when that day comes.
For sure, and we're building up to it with today's tests. We are still planning to do our water splashdown in the Indian Ocean, so stay tuned for that. That's only about 40 minutes away. But still in space, we keep on deploying our Starlink satellites. Again, these are our V3 version of our Starlink satellites, a whole host of added capabilities to our version 2 that's currently in orbit.
And this is our team here at Starbase, Texas.
These are all of the team members that have helped build the vehicle, that have built the Pez dispenser and got it ready to fly today. Amazing work.
Now, for those of you that have just recently tuned in, there is a spaceship in your screen, we promise. Right now, the ship is in orbital darkness, so we don't have any available sunlight from the sun to help illuminate the scene. But what you can see moving out from that smally lit space, those are the V3 satellites as they are being deployed. And essentially, the ship is illuminated from the inside, and so we're able to see the light come out through the payload door.
Right. Just a really small sliver of light at the top. That's our Pez dispenser. That's how we're both loading our satellites into the rocket and deploying it. It's pretty novel.
15 so far.
We've got about 3.5 minutes still left of our payload deploy sequence.
Yep, looks like we've got 16 satellites deployed, so 4 more to go.
16.
These last couple will have those cameras, so if you see any sudden bright lights, that'll be flashlights turning on those satellites to try and get some imagery of Starship's heat shield. 17 out the door. 3 more to go, and 18.
Here we go. 2 more. 2 more, and they got it.
All right, and while we wait for these last 2, we did confirm we are still go for our Raptor relight demonstration a little bit later in the flight today, so we will be looking to relight one of those Raptor engines on ship. And that'll be our next major milestone after we get through these final 2 satellites.
Just at 25 minutes into our flight, it's crazy to think that we're already screaming at 27,000 kilometers an hour, 200 kilometers above the ocean surface. Amazing.
Yeah. Now, for those of
casually
you
doing this.
that lost count, we have deployed almost all of our 20 Starlink satellites. I believe our last count was at 18, so we should be seeing 2 more. And we're very excited to see our version 3 satellites in space. And these are fully, these are real satellites. Right. They're not just demonstration sats like we had last time. These are going to basically have a 20-minute lifespan where our Starlink engineering team will attempt to perform a number of tests and really speed run those tests during that time.
Right. And in terms of satellite lifespans, 20 minutes is it's the shortest you can possibly get, but hopefully in that 20-minute time frame we can really try and ink out as many tests as we can.
Oh,
it looks like
nice.
we might have
satellites
some,
turning on the light.
This might actually be light from one of the Starlink satellites. As we mentioned before, a few of them, 6 of them actually are equipped with flashlights to look back at Starship as we want to image the heat shield and understand the heat shield performance through the ascent phase, as this information is very important for us to know and understand as we prepare for operations that will enable ship to come back to Starbase for landing, for catch, I should say.
Right.
2 are missing.
We are about 40 seconds away from that planned payload deployment sequence being complete.
Yep, looks like we've just got those last 2 to go. These ones might be coming out. Oops, they're starting to see motion.
Yep. Yep. Very nice.
19 out the door, 1 more.
Look at them, so happy. There you go. That's it.
It looks like we got a crowd at our
20.
Hawthorne, California location. Some colleagues gathering outside of Mission Control there as well.
That marks, if I'm not mistaken, our 20th. So our payload deploy sequence is now complete. Starship will now close its payload bay door and continue to coast around Earth to the Indian Ocean. Still a lot of major events to come today, including our Raptor relight burn at T plus 38 minutes, 58 seconds, followed by atmospheric reentry, where the heat shield will be put to test, and eventually our splashdown. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go on to another quick coast.
Yeah, so sit tight, enjoy the views, and of course some more space jams, and we will come back here at T plus 37 minutes for our Raptor engine relight and of course Starship reentry.
I'm wondering what that glow is that we can see on the left side of the screen there. Is that just a pixel problem, or it kind of looks like something is reflecting the light, so that could be the satellites, but then it would be a strange position. I'm not sure, but it... I'm wondering if that's the satellites we can see. Okay. Okay, so flawless. Very, very good payload deploy sequence. That's what the pad looks like right now, is above, and to the left is the launch itself. Look at this. Yep. So this is the replay, the tracked launch. There you go. That's it again. Flight 13 clearing the tower. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at those marked diamonds under it. It's just an amazing rocket. Beautiful. Good tracking there, Jonathan. Jonathan tracked the rocket with the camera and did a good job. You see the vibrations kick in because the camera is so close to the pad. Let's see if I can get that out with optical stabilization, but I doubt it. That's just what happens during a Starship flight. Yep, beautiful. Yeah, it is way quick. The Starship version 3 is a really quick rocket. 1.4 is the thrust to weight ratio on a Starship V3, which is in the upper class for a rocket. There are others that are even higher, but for such a large rocket, I think that's actually the satellites. It's too, those dots we can see there are too symmetrical to be something on the ground, but it's not. It's obviously hard to say. It's natürlich hard to say. That's me. Where'd my camera go? I'm not on this anymore. I hope you still can hear me. My camera is still working, so it must be something in the background. It doesn't matter for now. So those dots are either on the ground, just something symmetrical on the ground, or they are the satellites. I'm not too sure. Yep. Lens flares. Yep. Might be. It's hard to say. I'm hoping that we will still get a view of from one of those satellites. That is the prime real estate. We're going to likely get it later when SpaceX starts releasing videos, but it would be really cool to see it in the live stream. That's a perfect, yeah. Aha. Jetzt kann man mich aber nicht mehr hören. Kann man mich hören? Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? All right, and you can see me again as well. Okay, so I forgot what I was saying. After these Starship launches, if you don't do that yet, go to X and check SpaceX's account for the next few days. It's always a very, very good resource for all sorts of videos that they release. SpaceX's media broadcast is second to none. The cameras that they let us see the 4K quality of everything. It's absolutely worth it if you like rockets, and otherwise you wouldn't be in here. Okay, so the next milestone to get the pulse a bit down again, because SpaceX has done an amazing job, is engine relight. Engine relight is when on the timeline. Can we real quick check that, because I don't have it on my 38:58. So we are 6 minutes away from that. I am going to jump away real quick because I need to take a short break. Cris, if you want to take over for that time, I promise I'll be back in 3, maybe 4 minutes. I'll make it as quick as I can. All right, guys. I love you all so much. This is so much fun watching Flight 13 with you. See you in a minute. Is that the satellites, though?
Maybe it's just one. There's the
It must be,
flashlights.
right? Yeah.
Maybe what we see is the solar panels.
Yep, it would also fit by the numbers. This is roughly 20 dots, so it might be. I'm looking forward to the camera feed. All right, I'll be back. Give me just 3 minutes.
Yeah, as Felix already said, we are looking at a perfect flight of the ship today. The booster obviously did have some sort of problems, but we definitely got valuable data there. But so far, everything the ship did looked fine. I'm super impressed that the satellites came out like they did. They took some time, but they came out perfect, even though they said before that it might be that they're going to look like bumper cars. So they were not really sure about how they would react. This is something that Felix said before, that using the dummy weights is just like a homogeneous mass simulator. So all you have there is the same size and the same mass, but the satellites are obviously made from many different materials, so they can flex, they can wobble, they can vibrate, and it sounded like even SpaceX wasn't sure like how they would react. And from our point of view, it looked like they came out just fine. Just still so amazing to see this in real time at that speed and at that height. Just crazy. Yeah, so another 3 minutes until the engine relight, and I think this is a really important milestone, since the Raptor engines are what's new here and what caused so many problems before. And I just hope that we see a clean relight, which is not going to be something spectacular looking, but it's something that is super important for the program. And once we got that milestone off the list, then we are less than 10 minutes away from the re-entry. And those of you who've been with us before on these live streams know that this is quite spectacular when the plasma builds up and we get all the colorful display there. I'm not quite sure what the clouds are that are going by. This is like one thing that I would like to still see, like seeing how it is oriented above the Earth, so to get a better view of where are we looking at. Yeah, that's the other thing. Looking back at the tower, I'm so hyped to see the first ship return there, to see it fly all the way around the planet, to finally go orbital, and then come back to be caught on those chopsticks. That's going to be quite amazing. And I still hope we're going to see it around Flight 14. So what do we have left? About 2 minutes before the Raptor in space relight. And we can still see dots around the ship that might be the satellites, or should be the satellites, because they're so symmetrical. Quite a sight.
Our newest version of Starship, which you see there on your screen, successfully deployed 20 Starlink version 3 satellites. And I've got great news to share. Not only were we able to make contact with all 20, but we also made comms over lasers with all of them as well.
Nice.
So that is awesome. Hell yeah, shout out to our Starlink team. We're so thrilled.
Huge milestone. And that's only 3 minutes or 5 minutes after deploying them. I mean, that's crazy.
Amazing. And right now, we are expecting a relight of a single Raptor engine, and that's going to be coming up in just over a minute and a half from now.
That's right. We are going to be lighting one of our sea-level Raptor engines, and this is essentially just a demonstration that you can relight an engine after it's already done its ascent burn. And this is going to be really important when we do maneuvers for orbital missions, whether we're relighting to go into orbit, or if you're already in orbit and you're getting ready to do a deorbit burn. We did hear our Raptor team is go for the engine relight, so not going to be skipping it on this one. So we should see that coming up in just about 45 seconds from now. Again, this is not a deorbit burn for this ship. We are on a suborbital trajectory, so this Starship is coming back over the Indian Ocean no matter what. But this is going to be a pretty critical test for what we'll eventually need to do when we do orbital missions. When you got to relight those engines, do a burn to get yourself out of orbit. One thing that is unique on this one is we're going to be lighting it for a little bit longer of a time. We're expecting this burn to be up to about 14 seconds. We've only done about 3 seconds previously.
So
that should be coming up within the next couple of seconds. Let's stand by.
Give us the engine bay shot. Come on.
Relight demo startup.
You see relight there on your screen.
Wow.
Is this from, I didn't even
and
watch
confirmation over the net. Relight shutdown. The burn has ended. Congrats to the team on this milestone. I mean, it's crazy to see how we can maneuver in space, and just another icing on the cake for today's mission. So we're going to be taking another quick break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes before reentry, which is targeted for about T plus 47 minutes. So we'll see you soon.
So for anybody wondering what this stuff is that is floating by the screen, I do presume it's ionized gas. I'm not 100% sure though. It could be venting, but it would be a lot of venting. It could be RCS puffs. By the regularity right now, it almost looks like those are RCS puffs. What is it, Cris?
SpaceX said that they successfully connected all the satellites. It worked.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, this is such an important job. Flight 13 had so much resting on it. And besides the booster soft landing in the water, everything's been done. beautiful flap cam there. We are going to have so many things to sift through after this launch. It is beautiful. Thank you everybody for still watching with us. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you like what we're doing here. There is a lot of work involved in doing this, and it's our pleasure to have you here. This is a wonderful show right now. SpaceX is going above and beyond again. I do think those are RCS puffs. Beautiful stuff. The relight was checked off as well, so we might see a ship catch on the next flight, because I mean, we're not there yet. We are not at the soft touchdown. The soft splashdown in the ocean is part of this test, and it needs to be done properly for SpaceX to be confident enough to perform a ship catch. But according to everything I've heard, is SpaceX wants to see good engine relight and flight of an upper stage before they do a catch. So as crazy as it might sound, if this works, we might be looking for a ship catch on flight 14. That would be something. SpaceX, it's nice.
And they were talking about late August, so it's like 4.5 or 5 weeks away.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I said already before the launch. 41 and 21, the ship and booster for Flight 14 are through their cryogenic test phase. They've both been at Massey's. They've both not at Massey's. The ship's been at Massey's and the booster's been at the pad, and they've both gone through. No, the booster's been at Massey's as well, and they've both gone through their cryogenic tests, and now they're receiving engines. And then they're going to do their static fires. And then I'm going to have a pulse of 180 again, like the typical routine. This is beautiful to see. I am so stoked about this. Very, very good. Oh, man.
Just amazing.
Yeah. I'm flabbergasted by what SpaceX did there again. It's not just a normal rocket, and it shows it on every flight. And seeing version 3 go through a clean ship phase is very, very, very important for SpaceX.
Absolutely.
Thank you, super chats that are still coming in. If they are connected to questions, we'll answer those in the speed round. And I'll probably answer a few more after we're done with the splashdown. I can't promise that right now, but I'll try my best. Man, what a journey. Coasting at 110 kilometers altitude right now.
Yeah, at 26.7 thousand kilometers an hour.
Very, very close to the upper atmosphere. So the white glow that you see there is ionized gas. It is very, very close to the atmosphere. I mean, it's inside the atmosphere. It's very close to denser parts of the atmosphere. So this is already ionized gas. And you see some lightning storms on the ground below. It's like those flashes don't come from the Starship. They come from the ground. It's beautiful to see. Next up, we'll see the Starship go through its typical fiery reentry. We'll see parts of the ship heat up. We'll take a very close look at burn-throughs, at tiles that fall off. Has anybody already spotted a tile that's missing somewhere? I don't see anything. Everything I've seen so far. You look at this. Look at that spectacular view from inside the engine bay. It's beautiful to watch. So yeah, we are going to take a very close look at the heat shield, at possible heat tile losses, burn-throughs. All this thing is part of the past already, though. This was V2 stuff. The heat shield on V3 looked very, very good during V3, and it did its soft splashdown, even though it had an engine out during its ascent phase. They skipped the relight because of that, but they managed to get to the splashdown zone as planned, and we got
pretty cool views on your screen. The ship is currently re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. Now, we probably have some first-time viewers tuning in today, so let's talk about this phase.
Right. So re-entry, it's a critical phase of flight, and we need information on how the ship's systems perform. So re-entry, you can see that speed in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We have to scrub all of that speed down so that way we can safely land. It's a lot of energy to be able to scrub down, and it's all the energy that we just used to launch the rocket as well. So Starlink will also help us gather as much data as possible, which is really the main reason why we do these flight tests, is to see how the ship performs in space and evaluate how it works. Starlink provides us with one more path to collect data to help us rapidly iterate Starship's design.
Yeah, exactly. And if the ship manages to again make it all the way through reentry, we'll collect valuable data on the spacecraft flying through the Earth's atmosphere, and it's doing so at hypersonic speeds, or more than 5 times the speed of sound. Reentry is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with spacecraft because it's re-entering at or around orbital velocity, which is roughly 8 kilometers per second or about 5 miles per second. So at those speeds, the spacecraft is moving through the atmosphere so fast that it creates a plasma field around the vehicle.
That blanket of plasma distorts communication frequencies, so it's not uncommon to experience brief blackouts in communication. Starship is designed to land on Mars, where there are no runways or other humans to help out, which is exactly why we're testing this landing procedure that we're doing today. And we're doing these propulsive landings instead of more traditional means like parachutes, because propulsive landing...
control of the vehicle.
You heard that call out, flaps do have control of the vehicle. You can actually see one view, your screen moving around. That's actually a camera affixed to the flap. So as I was saying, we're testing these, doing these landings instead of more traditional means, so that way propulsive landing, we can enable more rapid reusability.
Yeah. Now, we did just hear that call out. We should continue to hear some call outs as the ship makes its way back to Earth. Now, when we hear something called entry max heating, as well as entry max Q, that means that the ship has made it through the maximum heating and aerodynamic loads that it experiences as it returns. So, safe to say that if it makes it through those specific points, we're doing pretty well.
Okay.
That's right. So we'll continue to hear multiple call-outs as we go through this phase. One of those call-outs will be that the ship is transonic. We'll also hear another one when it's subsonic. Transonic will be referring to the period of flight where velocities of airflow surrounding and flowing past the vehicle are concurrently below, at, and above the speed of sound, so somewhere in the range of Mach 0.8 to 1.2. For reference, commercial jets have a range of cruising speeds, but most fly at roughly Mach 0.74, 0.85. Just for reference, that's between 480 miles per hour to 575 miles per hour, or 770 to 930 kilometers an hour. And subsonic, another call out that you'll hear later on in the stream, subsonic will refer to speeds that are much less than the speed of sound. So at this point in flight, the ship's velocity will be slowing down drastically. So with reentry well underway, we'll take another break and return just before the ship's landing burn, targeted for T plus 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so now I have time to talk for 15 minutes. What you want to look out for while you're watching these pictures is exactly this laminar flow of the plasma. That is perfect. That's exactly what you want. As soon as sparks start showing up, something is going wrong, because this is not an ablative heat shield, and SpaceX wants to rapidly reuse them. So there is nothing supposed to fall off the heat shield. As soon as you see some sort of spark, it means some material was taken off the Starship and flew away superheated as a little spark. So you do not want to see these sparks. And so far, it looks amazing. It looks really, really good. It looks really, really good. I am very happy to see this. The vapor that you see there on the side is likely venting. They are venting excess fuel to only have the fuel that they need for the landing, because you want this to be as... Look at this view. Beautiful. Nothing has fallen off. There is no heat tile that I could spot that is missing. They are slowly getting there. Slowly but steadily. There are some sparks at the engine bay down there. You see those? That now they're covered by the venting. but you could see some sparks at the engine bay. So there is likely something at the engine bay that is burning through. That is not okay. That's the kind of stuff you do not want to have, because if you want to reuse a Starship, it needs to come down undamaged, not a little damaged. You want it to come down undamaged. And so that's what you're looking out for. And we saw a few in the engine bay just now, but nothing on the broader heat shield yet. Just laminar plasma flow, exactly what you want. You see the speed going down rapidly while the altitude stays still right now, meaning the ship, or almost still, meaning the ship isn't losing height, it's just losing speed because it is ramming through the 67 kilometers is pretty dense atmosphere for a rocket moving at that speed. And so it's just ramming through it, taking away the energy that it built up during the launch. So it needs to shed all that energy that super heavy booster put into it to reach almost orbit. It needs to get rid of that on the way down, and that's what they're doing right now. Wow, look at it, how it's getting battered. Beautiful to see. And SpaceX still is the only launch provider in the world that can even give you these pictures. They are sponsored by Starlink. The Starship has 2 Starlink antennas facing leeward, meaning these antennas are looking through the plasma that is on the bottom engulfing the Starship, and those antennas are looking up, and that is why they can still keep contact. There is some sparks. That's why it can still keep contact to the Starlink network, because it's looking up through the hole in all that plasma, and that's what enables SpaceX to even give us these pictures. No one does this. Good to hear that Orion is going to have some Starlink lasers on board for some 4K footage. I was a little disappointed about the live stream. On the other hand, it is a difficult task. You see the tiles heat up there on the aero covers of the aft flaps. Those are the aft flaps. Nothing big though. I've seen a few sparks, but it's minimal. It is, if you've been with this program for a while, you know that during the early re-entries, you saw so many sparks fly and stuff break off. And look at this. That's the progress. That is what is a counter indicator to traditional media saying it's a huge risk and they'll never get this into orbit. They're massively approaching it, trust me. They're doing a really good job. Look at that heat shield. Very, very nice so far. We're already down 5,000 kilometers in speed. A few more little sparks there towards the aft flaps, but nothing big. Nothing big. Very, very, very nice. Yep. Yeah, for anybody who might have just joined us, we are looking at Starship Flight 13, Ship 40 re-entering the atmosphere in a very nominal way. That heat shield looks absolutely excellent. If you agree with me, click the like button and subscribe to the channel. It helps us a lot. I know we content creators say this all the time, but that's the one thing you can do for free to make our life way, way easier. So please do so if you haven't done so yet. Consider becoming a channel member or a patron. Buy yourself a t-shirt if you want to support us. I couldn't be happier with what I'm seeing here, and I'm pretty sure, reading the chat the entire time almost, I see that there are a lot of happy people there right now. The only thing so far they didn't manage was the booster soft splashdown in the ocean. That was a little bit of a hard splashdown, and I thought about that earlier as well when I was taking my break, my 3-minute break. I was already speculating and thinking, as I always do, and I do think that this relight might have been connected to sloshing, to fuel supply to the engines, because that relight pattern looked so erratic. It almost looked like they turned on random engines. There were gaps in all sorts of places, and it was very, it was about half the engines they wanted to relight, and then it started fluctuating as well. So that might be related to fuel supply to the engines. That's, of course, it's a wild speculation. And it might very well be that SpaceX says something completely different, but I do not think that that was a Raptor engine reliability problem. It was too random, too many engines for that. I think it was something else. And if it was something else, it is going to be a hard thing to fix, because that means they have to change the tank structure on the booster, do something so that these engines reliably get fuel when they're attempting the landing burn. We'll see, though. We'll see. It stays absolutely interesting. Still nothing on the heat shield. Perfect condition. I do not spot anything out of the ordinary here. Wow, look at the plasma on the catch points. You see that little triangle there on the upper left of SpaceX's stream? That is the catch little nose, basically, that is going to be used for catches in the future, and it is engulfed in plasma. 18,400 kilometers, rapidly going down now. And through the past 6,000 kilometers of shedded speed, it only lost 6 kilometers of height. So it's just skimming the atmosphere, forcing its way through, shedding as much energy as possible. And then you can already see the clouds down there passing by slowly. And some sparks. But that was while the flaps were moving. That's funny. The forward flaps moved and we saw some sparks. That's interesting. Yep, that's the cloud coverage on the ground slowly becoming visible. And then during the later part of the reentry, you can see it actually meaningfully shed altitude as well. When it's already slower, it starts going down. The flaps are gaining more and more control because the atmosphere is getting thicker and thicker, and so the movements control the ship more and more the denser the atmosphere gets. Still nothing on the heat shield that I could spot. I love the discoloration of the steel. If you look, it's the S40 decal there, top middle. You see these rainbow colors right above it. That's because of the heat. Stainless steel starts turning, displaying rainbow colors when it gets hot. And it starts impressive down the line. Here we go. So now you see how rapid the altitude goes down now? Tick, tick, tick. That's what I meant. Now we're in the later part of the reentry. The heat shield still looks absolutely impressive. I cannot spot anything. I hope SpaceX is going to release some shots of the Starship as it splashes down, because that always gives us an excellent view of the heat shield, of the condition. And SpaceX being that open with all this is not the usual. 48, 47. Now the re-entry heat slowly starts fading off, slowly, because they're still at 12,000 kilometers, which is still faster than Maverick ever went. It's impressive. That is one of the reasons why I love this program so much, because it gives you so many things that are new, that have never been done. You see this V shape on the flap, and the left camera is internal struts, giving stability. And because the Starship is going through this pressure and this heat, the steel slightly deforms, as you can see, and that makes this internal strut visible. As I said, Starships that have done 50 flights are going to look very impressive. Something to so look forward to. It's going to be really good. Here we go. Under 10,000 in speed, still 43 in height. Getting closer to the splashdown zone in the Indian Ocean. Still nothing out of the ordinary. So beautiful. Ship 40 so far has done a beautiful job. Wondering if there's an indentation in the hull there right under the payload door. kind of looks a little bit like a fold in the steel. But as said, that's because of all the forces working and all the heat. And if too much, it will be fixed. But so far, it looks really good. They've reached maximum pressure. You can turn them on as well if you want to. So they're now reaching maximum pressure. In this case, means they are going. They've reached the peak, and from here on, the pressure on the ship is going to get less and less and less. Maximum heat was likely reached way before that. Here we go. 36 kilometers in height. Already getting into way denser atmospheres. The camera glass, the housing seems to have been melting through. 5,000 kilometers, rapidly going down now. And then in that end phase, it doesn't travel much over land anymore. It doesn't make much distance anymore. It just goes, it turns into this free fall mode. And then it gets crazier even. Here goes. It's already almost in the splashdown area. Now in the light there, I still see some folding there on the steel. I think that's not nominal, but it also doesn't look like it's dangerous. Beautiful to see. Every time you see the camera move, the camera is attached to one of the forward flaps, and so when you see the camera move, it means the Starship is steering itself. Now it does a turn. Those turns are part of the descent program, of the descent profile, to give it even more cross-section against the wind, shedding, because each kilometer that you shed right now, you do not need to consider in the landing burn. That is why they're trying to get as much out of it as possible, and why in the first place SpaceX chose to do this skydive maneuver, which now starts. Now it's almost free falling down. It doesn't make much.
13, the second flight of Starship version 3. As you can see on your screen with crisp views from Starlink, the ship is currently re-entering the Earth's atmosphere over the Indian Ocean. And really for the last several minutes, we had some amazing Technicolor views. It really looked like it was made out of starlight. Now, we did hear on the nets just moments ago that we made it through max heating and max dynamic pressure, meaning that the vehicle temperature and speeds and pressure are all coming down, and we can see that in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen as that speed continues to decelerate. We're coming up to the ship landing burn. One of pretty much everybody's favorite part of Starship test flight days, and that's going to be coming up here in just about a minute or so.
Yeah, just about a minute away. We're going to try and light all 3 Raptor sea level engines for this burn. We'll light 3, do the flip. We'll eventually go down to 2 as we get close down to the water, down mode to a final 1 engine before we hopefully execute a nice soft splashdown. We'll see if we've got our buoys and drones in range with the recovery team. They're going to be standing by to try and get some additional views of Starship's Heatshield, which from kind of our initial looks, it did pretty well on the flight uphill, but we'll continue to dig through all the visual data as we get it. We didn't do any real stress tests or anything on this flight. We did do, you heard our landing Larsh flight controller call out. We were doing the swoosh maneuver. This is kind of the final maneuver that we plan to have Starships returning to Starbase do, that will essentially hook them out over the Gulf before coming in and over Tower 2. But about 10 seconds away, look for 3 Raptors, the 3 in the middle, to light up, do a flip. Let's see if we can get this thing in the water.
Come on. 3
sea level flip. Seeing how
do it.
Pressure's on. Did our flip down to 2.
Yes!
Descending into the Indian Ocean.
Oh,
down
wow.
to 1.
And boom, come on, let it run, let it run, let it run.
And we're in the water.
It didn't even explode. Look at
and
this
it's a
view.
soft splashdown in the water.
It didn't even explode. Ship 40. Wow.
That is a first. That is the softest splashdown we have ever had with the Starship there in the Indian Ocean.
It's bound to be an exciting day for our recovery team. I mean, that huge milestone to even get to soft splashdown, much less have the vehicle stay afloat.
Yeah,
I will.
The teams are
moving forward. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at
here
this.
At Starbase,
look at this
Texas.
view with the drone.
Everyone's super excited. We never really get to see Starship floating so serenely in the Indian Ocean, so we're certainly enjoying these extended views. Like I said, we're really pumped about this. I want to check in with Tyler. Tyler, how is Hawthorne feeling about Lucky Flight 13?
Hey, Kate, we are so excited about another successful Starship test flight and those gorgeous Starlink views that we had. And we can also confirm that we managed to make contact with all 20 of those V3 sats. So it's a massive day for us. So congratulations to everyone at the team at Starbase, for Starlink, everyone here and around the company who've contributed to the Starship program as we make progress again towards a multi-planetary future. So thank you everyone for tuning in. That's a goodbye from Hawthorne and back to you guys at Starbase.
Thanks so much, Tyler. Now, for anyone who perhaps missed the action, I suggest that you rewind the clock. Wow, look at that view of the Starship Heatshield tiles.
And look for tiles,
How the atmospheric re-entry, how it disperses the heat around the edge of the vehicle. I don't think we've seen quite that close before.
Never, and honestly, however short-lived that ship standing, bobbing in the water is, that is insane data for our team. It's unbelievable that we were able to keep that ship afloat. Now, we promised maximum excitement, and Starship V3 delivered. Congratulations to all of our teammates at SpaceX and to everyone who supported the Starship program. And thank you to all of our future customers for your support.
Yeah, as you could tell, the crowd really enjoyed that Nemo cam for a moment. We'd also like to thank the fine people of Cameron County, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the government of Mexico.
The amazing views do not end, so be sure to follow SpaceX on X for updates and more of these exciting shots that we didn't get to feature on today's broadcast.
And to get an inside real-time look at the teams bringing this incredible rocket to life, check out the latest episode of our documentary series, Starship. And of course, thanks to all of you for tuning in. And we're going to head back up to Dan for some additional thoughts.
Yeah, I'm losing my mind right now. We are still getting views from on board the ship with it in the water. Like,
oh my God.
We had tried in the past to do these splashdowns as softly as possible. We experimented with rolls. This is the first time we've put an intact Starship in the water. This is a dream scenario for the team that's trying to get this heat shield data. Normally you're working with a slightly charred Starship in the water, and now we have one intact. So the recovery team is moving in with their drones, and we are still getting views from Starship. It is sending these via Starlink from the other side of the world while it is floating in the water after flying through space. Like, this is just completely surreal right now. This is just
look at this heat shield.
A mountain of data that we're going to get back. This is going to be so critical for refining the heat shield, everything else. And the really good news is all of these views that we're seeing, you're looking at a pretty intact looking heat shield, which, as a reminder, we were flying at a significantly higher dynamic pressure, so putting way more stress on this vehicle on the way uphill. And it's sitting there in the water. And I mean, look at it.
On the hinge area
so,
as well. There are a few missing, but
I'm
look at
a little bit over the
how
moon
few.
on this. I know a lot of our team is just fascinated in the control room behind me. I mean, everybody is psyched. Everyone's gathered around their computers looking at these close-ups that we're getting of these heat shield tiles. 18,000 of them I mean, you can probably count the ones that are missing right now on one hand. Like, this is just absolutely incredible. And the fact that, like, the cameras on board the ship are still sending back video is just a little bit surreal. So, wow. Lucky number 13.
Yeah.
Hell of a flight for Starship. Get it all the way there in the water. Really great day for version 3.
Beautiful
so,
whew. Please don't turn off this stream, SpaceX.
All right.
Just keep it like this.
As Kate and Nate said, we're going to keep releasing more of this. Stay tuned. We've got some really cool stuff from some of the onboards that we caught, so keep following us on X at SpaceX. Whole bunch more cool imagery from launch from the flight that's going to be coming out soon. Yeah, let's just close on that. I mean, look at Starship in the Indian Ocean. That's fantastic.
Yep,
we'll see you all back here for the next flight test of Starship version 3. With that, we'll say goodbye.
Boom! Thank you so much, SpaceX. Wow! And you see the tanker truck already coming in. Probably for flight 14. No, I'm joking. But man, this was something. Can we rewind and take a look at the...
Holy... Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Like, the most insane part here, most insane part is that they actually showed all of it.
Yes, beautiful. I'm so happy. I wish
they
they would have just left the stream running, you know. We're going to leave you with views of Ship 40 in the Indian Ocean for the next 20 minutes. I would have been fine with that. Oh, wow. Okay, so for obvious reasons, this was spectacular because the Starship did not explode. It usually does, and it did not. And this gives me a huge confidence boost for a ship catch on the next flight, because we saw a little bit of damage on the heat shield, but it was obviously not enough to go through the hull in any place, and that's what you need for a catch. So it might well be that SpaceX, I'm not sure, of course not, but it might well be that SpaceX announces that for Flight 14 they are at least considering bringing the ship back, because they've already they're already in works with the FAA for return corridors, for exclusion zones, and things that are needed to bring a Starship down over the continent of the United States. I still can't believe it, but it might actually happen. So if it's not Flight 14, I'm confident it's going to be Flight 15 or 16, something like that. It's going to be this year. It is going to happen this year.
Yep.
We're going to see a Starship dangle from these. Wow. Wow. Yeah, those views were spectacular. The only thing that didn't work properly was the booster splashdown. That was the one thing, and that was caused by a very erratic ignition pattern on the Raptor 3 engines. It looked like a Swiss cheese when they relit. And I was like, oh, there's a strange pattern, yeah. And it wasn't enough engines either to slow it down, which is the next thing, because it's one thing to not have all the engines light, but it's another thing to not have enough engines light. And they couldn't compensate for that either. It wasn't full speed. It was going reasonably slow when it hit the water, probably 300-400 miles per hour. But that was the only thing. Everything else looked very, very good. Everything else looked very, very good. We had a very good insertion into its intended altitude. We had a beautiful payload dispense going on for 10 minutes, 12 minutes or something. We had a very, very good reentry. We did, besides the sparks on the engine skirt, I didn't see much at all during the hot phase. We had some cracked tiles, we had some missing tiles on the broad side of the heat shield, and we had some, that's the static fire. And we had some damage on the edge of the engine skirt. That seems to be a problematic area, because it's an edge. Edge is always more difficult than just in I still see the Starship floating in the water when I close my eyes. It's surreal. Yeah, okay. Before everybody disappears here, thank you so much for watching this with us. If you haven't done so yet, please click the like button, subscribe to the channel if you like very nervous people streaming Starship launches for you. I can promise you the next episode is going to be loaded with information about this flight, and after that, and after that, and after that, twice a week. Consider becoming a patron or a channel member, because you will get a lot of extra content, which most people don't even know. Like I said before the launch, we post twice per week for everybody, and we post 7 to 8 times per week for our members with all sorts of things. It's very much worth it. Thank you so much for all the super chats that came in for the stabilizer for Jordan. I'm very sure Jordan jumped every time he saw a super chat coming in. It is so much appreciated, and I think we fulfilled it. You guys are very generous, and it means a lot to us. So thank you so much for watching this together with us, for going through this insane thriller one more time, and we're already looking forward to Flight 14. With that said, can we do a replay of the heat shield scene? Jonathan is working on it. So that's the launch.
Steffi got it.
Yep, that's the launch. Let's see that again. 2 seconds, and it is being released from the clamps. It shoots up like crazy. It shoots up like a New Year's rocket. Whoa, it looks almost sped up. Clean ignition pattern, very, very nice to see. Not a single engine didn't light up.
Okay.
That's
vielleicht.
Very clean ignition pattern, very nice. Man.
Yeah, so I needed to wait for SpaceX to stop their streaming because my recording wouldn't stop without them stopping.
Yeah.
So they just did. So with a bit of luck, we should have it now.
Yep.
Let's see.
Yep.
Hopefully.
If you have a moment, it's going to be worth it. We'll just replay a little bit of those heat tiled scenes and see how big the damage actually was, because they filmed a lot of that heat shield. This is by far the best look at a heat shield after re-entry we've ever seen. So, okay, can you freeze it there for a second? Because somebody even sent a super chat, I saw you, saying that there is a tile that was damaged under the catch point. The catch point is that nose thing on the left side, protruding out of the heat shield, out of the ship. I do think that damage right under that catch point is not a heat tile. That is that thermal blanket. These squares, these black squares below the heat shield are thermal blankets. But what you mean is a crack in the edge of the. Can you mark it again? It's that thing, yeah. So there is a little bit missing there, but not much. I am looking at this thinking, is a catch possible with this? And I do think yes. And then the black stuff under it is just a thermal insulation, which is kind of a very, very thin heat shield for that transition between extremely hot and no plasma at all. There, SpaceX uses this thermal insulation that is just glued onto the steel. If that falls off, it's not really bad, because steel is surprisingly good at handling heat. That's one of the reasons why SpaceX took steel and not aluminum. Columbia, for example, that bad catastrophe that happened back then with Columbia. One of the reasons why it was so bad is because aluminum basically vaporizes when it gets hot. Steel behaves completely different. I can't tell how big that damage in that there is, though. It's almost. Well, let's wait if SpaceX releases some extra footage. After that, I'm interested in what happened after the. But we can see the whole thing. We're at 1.8 now. Going frame by frame here, very nice. 0.8. You can see the waves visible down in the water. That's the white, and then it swings around. It counter applies thrust, and why was it so especially soft? looks like every other landing. It might have just had luck falling over.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next incredible thing is those Starlink antennas are on the down-facing side, and it was still capable of transmitting footage. There's some fire there, which is from venting methane. And that's it.
Surreal, really.
Incredible. Okay. We are going to leave you guys with the views from the pad. We always do that. So the stream is going to run for another half hour or so. I am going to right away go to scripting because I want to have everything in the episode that is possible, and we have quite a bit of new knowledge here. The episode is going to come out on Sunday. If you want to bookmark that, we won't be able to make tomorrow happen. It's just not, for our quality standards, it's not enough time. So we're going to release this on Sunday. It's going to include everything that we can find, and there is quite a few things, and I'm very, very looking forward to Flight 14 because this ship behaved very, very well. That is the most important part. What do you say, Cris?
Absolutely. I mean, the ship was pretty much textbook. It's amazing the cleanliness of the plasma. We had super clean blue plasma burn, and it just slowly turned into yellow. We didn't have the color spectacle that we had on all the other flights, basically.
Yep.
And seeing it bobbing on the waves, just gently floating forward, is just unreal. Really, I still have to wrap my head around what I just saw.
Yeah, it's nuts. The drone pilot was very quick too. Beautiful job by the recovery crew, by the way, out in the Indian Ocean. If anybody from them is tuning into this right now, you did a wonderful job. Spectacular stuff. All right, with that, we're leaving you. We're going to keep the views running for a little longer so that you can relax and watch a Starship pad that has just launched a Starship. And I'll see you on Sunday. Thank you so much for watching with us. Thank you guys.